Okay, thank you, everyone. It looks like we've got everybody logged in. And so I'm going to call this fifth meeting of Community and Protective Services Committee to order. This is a virtual meeting during the COVID-19 emergency. Please check the city website for current details of the COVID-19 service impacts. I want to say at the start that the City of London is committed to making every effort to provide alternate formats and communication supports for council, standing, or advisory committee meetings and information upon request. To make a request for any city service, please contact accessibility@london.ca or 519-661-2489, extension 2425. To make a request specific to this meeting, please contact cpsc@london.ca. I do also want to say just off the top to my colleagues and members of the public, we do have a pretty substantial agenda today. I don't know if other people are finding this, but I certainly am finding that I'm a little bit more irritable than I have been in the past. And at least for myself, I'm going to try and be as nice as I possibly can as we're working our way through. Hopefully everyone else approaches it with the same kind of attitude. I think we need a bit more kindness and a little less irritation in our meetings. At least I do. Okay, I'm going to look for disclosures of pecuniary interest. And if you're on the Zoom, just raise your hand so I can see you. Okay, I don't see any. Okay, that brings us to the consent items. I haven't heard that anyone wants to pull any of these items out, but please let me know now if you want to pull them out of the consent agenda. And again, just raise your hand on the Zoom if you want to get my attention. Okay, I don't see any. Is there a mover for the consent items? Councillor Lewis, seconder, Councillor Hillier. Any discussion on those items?
I'm sorry, Chair. I think Councillor Kayabaga had something she wanted to pull before you put it to a vote. So before we vote, you might just direct to her, please.
Thank you so much. I actually did not see Councillor Kayabaga, so I only see right now 5 screens, and I think she was screen number 6. So sorry about that. Councillor Kayabaga, what would you like to pull?
So I just had some questions on item the property standard related demolitions. I just had a few questions to staff, so maybe I don't even need to pull it. I just wanted more information.
Okay, it's been moved by Councillor Lewis. I'm just looking, seconded by Councillor Hillier, I think. Yeah. So let's go to the questions then. So go ahead and ask your question about 2.9.
Thank you. Through your chair, can we get staff just to give us more information on, kind of introduce this this item, and also talk about the connection to our last motion that we moved in 2019 to enforce on heritage easement, like basically buildings that had heritage easement agreements on them, and how that's connected.
Who would like to handle that question?
Through the chair, it's Oris Katolik here.
Go ahead, Mr. Katolik.
So in response to Councillor's question, every year we report on a number of properties that have property standard issues that are subject to demolition. There is no direct relationship to any heritage easements with respect to these properties. If there are connections with heritage issues, we always take these issues directly through Latch and report on them through PEC and then back to this committee. So you will see an upcoming report on some additional properties that we are looking at demolishing that do have some heritage attributes. Thank you.
Councillor Kayabaga.
Thank you. Through your chair, I just wonder, since we, like, I know that that motion was in the deferred matters list in 2 meetings ago, and I'm wondering what actions we're going to take before we continue with the demolitions. Like, I think we need to have a better, well, not a better, but I think Mr. Katolik had proposed to bring a new report on how the demolitions are going to happen and the property standards for all heritage buildings and also including the ones with the easement agreement on them. And I'm just wondering why we're continuing to do this before we actually have that report come back to us. And that was in 2019.
So, Mr. Katolik, I'm going to go to you, but I'm also going to just flag that these recommendations are about these specific properties, and we do have both the vacant building bylaw, which is later on in the meeting, and also the deferred matters list itself, if we want to have the conversation about the deferred matter, because this is just really specific to those specific buildings. Councillor Kayabage?
I'm aware that this is for the Adelaide Street North, the 10, but I just wanted to kind of have the other motion be before we continue with this. I don't know if that makes sense.
Let's go to Mr. Katolik and see what the answer is, and then we'll see how you want to proceed.
Through the chair, so these are really two separate issues. These buildings are subject to demolition because of non-compliance with the property standards bylaw, and they are longstanding vacant buildings. With respect to heritage issues, we will be introducing at the PPM later tonight specific regulations in and around vacant heritage buildings and how we plan to address those. I hope that answers Councillor's question. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Katolik. I understand that, but I think from the discussion we had before when we brought forward the heritage one was that we're also going to look at all vacant buildings. And again, I think we should have the report come to us before we continue. It's just a comment that we still wait, or I'm still waiting for that report as we continue to do the demolitions.
Okay, anything further on this item? Any desire to pull it out of the consent to vote differently on it? No? Okay. Any other discussion on the consent items? Councillor Lewis, you're next after the mayor. Sorry, I did see your hand earlier, Mayor. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks very much. Just a quick question on 2.6, dealing with the single source funding of homeless prevention programs. I'd like to ask through you, Chair, to staff, how does this particular expenditure that's been proposed compare to other years when we separated groups like Mission Services, YOU, Salvation Army, and so on? I wonder if I get some clarity around that, please.
Who would like to handle that question?
Thank you. Through the chair, it's Kevin Dickens.
Go ahead, Mr. Dickens.
Thank you. So I will sort of tee this up for you, Mr. Mayor. There are some proposed changes that you're seeing in the report compared to previous years. The shelter system has traditionally operated in a very stable manner in terms of block funding, but also in service provision. The impacts of COVID-19 have not been insignificant. And what we're proposing is some changes to the funding levels for some organizations. Those have been identified here in the report. For the bridge funding for 2021, I have my colleague, Mr. Cooper, on the call, and he would be happy to speak to the particulars if that's what you'd wish.
Would you like to hear from Mr. Cooper, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, that just perhaps some brief comments that'd be useful. Thank you, Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Cooper.
Thank you, and through the chair to Mr. Mayor. Yeah, as Mr. Dickens had indicated, COVID has resulted in some service level changes at some of our shelters. So we have been trying to maintain and continue the funding as much as we can, given the realities of our funding allotments from the provincial and federal governments. But unfortunately, some challenging decisions are having to be made. And so part of the conversations we will be looking to continue having with the agencies that are impacted are, what does that mean for them? Is there an opportunity for continuation of service? What new services look like, and really discuss the service level standard item.
Well, I appreciate that. Listen, I also still have to say how much I sincerely appreciate the work, Mr. Dickens, Mr. Cooper, your department and your staff are doing in particularly trying times. That's why I want to try to understand the expenditure a little more clearly. So thank you for that.
I'll go to Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have two questions on two items on the consent agenda. I didn't feel the need to pull them because I suspect that the answers will be able to be provided by staff fairly easily. The first is on 2.10, the back to business bylaw extension. And I think staff have actually provided this answer to me before, but I just would like them to refresh my memory. Included in the extension is reference to the council policy manual. And I just wonder if staff could just provide a very quick comment on what parts of the council bylaw policies would be applicable to this bylaw extension where we're delegating authority out, just because I think it is important that council continue to be responsible for following its own policies.
Through the chair, this is the third time that we as city administration have come to committee asking for delegated authority with respect to back to business initiatives. Specifically, the council policy is where there's any changes to bylaws that they come before council as PPMs.
Great, thank you for that, Mr. Kotolak. My second question, Mr. Chair, through you, is on item 2.8, suppressing crime, the theft of gasoline and scrap metal. And I'm just wondering, because I note in the report from staff that provincial measures are ongoing around this, and that there was a genuine sense that doing something London specific would not be terribly helpful because of the neighboring municipalities. I know that a business in my ward, Warehouse Guys, had a number of catalytic converters stolen from trucks at their place of business. It is a concern for the business community, and I'm just wondering if staff can provide a sort of a big picture, knowing that it's not their review, but where things are with the provincial process on this issue.
Through the chair, when we brought this matter up about a year ago in February 2020, since then we've been discussing various options with the industry and associations, specifically the Scrap Metal Recycling Association of Ontario. And although they support stronger regulations, there is a reality that if a municipality has a regulation on specific to catalytic converters, and a civic administration tends to agree with their position that that may not have a dent in the theft of catalytic converters, as those that want to dispose of them at salvage yards will simply just go out of town. So as civic administration, we do support a provincial regulation in and around the theft of catalytic converters and the associated high-priced metal within them.
And on the gas pumps legislation, Mr. Kotolak?
Through the chair, on the theft of gasoline, there is a private member's bill that has received second reading, and it is in policy review, and that is a province-wide regulation on prepayment at gas stations. Thank you.
Councillor Lewis?
Great, those are my questions, Mr. Chair. Thanks to staff for the quick answers on those.
Any other discussion on the consent items, colleagues? If not, we're going to open up the vote. Okay, let's open it up.
I vote yes, Mr. Chair. I just need to re-log in.
Thank you.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 6-0.
That brings us to our first scheduled item. This is the delegation, Rosanna Wilcox and Annalise Trudell at ANOVA, about the UN Safe Cities and Safe Public Spaces initiative. I do want to say that there is a trigger warning for this material. I'm just going to read it so that folks are aware before we get into the delegation. This report examines the realities of violence against women and girls and includes detailed descriptions of violence experienced in our community. This subject matter may create feelings of discomfort and may be triggering to survivors of sexual assault or violence. Please be advised that some descriptions of violence against women and girls contained in this report include potentially disturbing language that may not be appropriate for all audiences. It is important to practice self-care when engaging with this material. If you or someone you know requires support or information relating to violence, please call ANOVA's 24/7 crisis and support line at 519-642-3000. I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Wilcox and Annalise Trudell for the delegation. Go ahead.
Thank you and good afternoon. And through you, Chair, thank you very much for highlighting the trigger warning that has been included throughout the report and also available on the agenda. To encourage people to practice self-care, reach out for support if you need it as you review this material. So we're very pleased to be bringing an update on the Safe Cities London program and the work that has been completed since Municipal Council endorsed London's participation in the UN Women's flagship program, which is called Safe Cities and Safe Public Spaces back in 2017. So some of the achievements that have been made since that time include the establishment of a community-led Safe Cities Advisory Committee, which is comprised of researchers and community leaders, service organizations, community members, and individuals with lived experience. We've also brought forward and completed a scoping study and the development of a 2021 to 2024 Safe Cities Actions Plan that has been completed and is before you today. At this point, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Annalise Trudell, who's the Manager of Education, Training, and Research at ANOVA, and also the co-chair of the Safe Cities London Advisory Committee, along with myself. Okay. Ms. Trudell?
Go ahead, Dr. Trudell.
Thank you. So I'm going to cover what was found in the scoping study very briefly. The scoping study was in partnership with CAMH, the Center for Addiction and Mental Health, and we chose a two-pronged approach, which was both a crowd mapping and then targeted focus groups for those populations that we knew were experiencing sexual violence at a higher incidence rate. And so the crowd mapping was meant to sort of not be representative, but give us a snapshot in time of what sort of sexual violence in a public venue folks were experiencing in London. And that was live from July to December of 2018. There were over 1,800 pins where folks felt safe and unsafe. In terms of the themes that were coded out of those entry points, the most common were instances of non-physical sexual harassment, physical sexual harassment or aggression, and being followed, restrained, or restricted in some manner. There were clear areas that emerged in terms of where the violence was most commonly occurring: in transit, parks, paths, and green space, residential areas, local businesses, shopping areas, the downtown and nightlife space, campuses, and workplaces. I think it was really interesting to point out that we did ask folks what their gender was and what the gender of the perpetrator was, but also how they felt. And the reason behind that was we wanted to get a sense of, is it physical fear, or is it a sense of being unwelcomed, or sort of what that helps us get a better sense of what type of violence was being experienced. And so 80% said that they were physically scared and afraid. Whereas 40% said that they were upset, another 35% said they were violated, and 27% felt that the violence was because they felt unwelcomed in some capacity. We also gained insights around where folks felt safe and what sort of emotional space they felt safe in. And so people, 80% roughly, said physically secure was part of what made them feel safe, but also 50% felt that it was because they had a sense of belonging. So that really was informative in terms of developing the action plan, which I'll turn it back over to Rosanna.
Thank you. So as is before committee today, the Safe Cities London Action Plan establishes a vision for our community where London is a safe city where women, girls, non-binary and trans individuals and survivors access public spaces and freely participate in public life without fear. It also establishes some key principles that guide the work of how the community will work together to implement the plan, as well as 3 key areas of focus. These areas being social norms, policy and practice, and collaboration. As outlined in the action plan, each of these areas of focus have corresponding outcomes, expected results, strategies, and initial actions which define the change we're looking for in the community and how we'll know it when we see it. Actions include early actions that have been identified by the community table and prioritized for early action as part of this work include bystander intervention and training programs, integration of gender-based analysis plus into policy and practice frameworks, and identifying new community partners to engage in this work. A full list of the initial actions that were identified by this community-led table are outlined in that action plan. So I think that concludes our presentation to the committee, and we'd be happy to respond to any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to start a speakers list. I just wanted to say right off the top, thanks very much for your work, both of you and the whole committee on the scoping study and all the work that's been done to get us to this point. Colleagues, just get my attention if you want to get on the speakers list. If you have any questions for either Ms. Wilcox or Dr. Trudell. Councillor Kayabaga.
Thank you through you, Mr. Chair. I don't really have any questions. I think the report is clear. I just wanted to thank the committee for the work they're doing and for coming to share this with us.
Thank you, Councillor Lewis.
Thank you. I'll echo both yours and Councillor Kayabaga's thanks to the folks for the work that has been done already. One thing that I did notice is that in terms of some of the respondents, there tended to be a skew from the 18 to I think 35 age range. And I know that, you know, sometimes people start to experience safety concerns, violence concerns, even in the secondary school years. Has there been any other steps taken or efforts made to outreach to the secondary school community as well, and talk to even younger members of our community about experiences that they might be having that might further inform the work going forward?
Who would like to handle that one?
I'll take a go at that, Annalise Trudell. So both school boards, the Catholic and the public school boards, are on the committee, and both are pretty invested in connecting the work they're already doing within their boards to this. There were some sensitivities around inviting students to participate in this survey. We weren't really able to wrap them with supports, so it was sort of, there were some safety concerns around that, so we didn't push it really heavily. So that's not a surprise that the under 18s were not heavily involved in this. We do know that the incidence rate is highest between the age of 15 and 24 for sexual violence. That's sort of Statistics Canada based data. So you're absolutely right, Councillor, in pointing that out. But I am really glad that both school boards are present and really active in the work.
I really appreciate that answer, and I certainly understand why sensitivities are important in this. I guess in my experience volunteering in the community, sometimes you know, gender-based violence and stereotypes start in extracurricular activities as well, through sport and things like that. I just wonder if there's any additional information that you could share with us, or were there participants involved from non-educational institutions, again, understanding that of course there's a real need for supports and privacy concerns and everything around this kind of work. But I'm just wondering if there was any additional participation beyond the school boards with people who may be under 18 but in that high-risk category.
Thank you for your question, and you're right in pointing out sports spaces. Also, the youth homelessness population is at increased risk, absolutely. No, so this was an underrepresented group is the sort of short answer to that in the scoping study, and that is an acknowledged limitation.
Well, I'll just again say thank you. While it is a limitation, I think that it's the data that you've given us already is really valuable in helping inform us moving forward. And I know it's not easy to hear some of the stories. Even some of the information in the report was not terribly pleasant to read. So thank you again for all of the work that everybody involved has done on this.
Any other questions or comments, colleagues? If not, just one from the chair. I wonder if either Dr. Trudell or Ms. Wilcox.
Councillor Helmer, I had my hand up, sorry.
Oh, I didn't see you there. Councillor Slee, go ahead.
Thank you about that. I'm sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to say again, echo my thanks and appreciation for the work of the team here. It was very helpful and very insightful. I think it was a report that was well done from start to this point as well, and it was very informative. I guess I had a question, and I know you kind of answered it in your report, but I guess I think it's just also another opportunity for me to just ask this question. Subject other than what you've kind of brought forward for us here today, is there something else you could see this council taking up role in making this community safer for women? I know we've said we're going to do more. And I know this report, is just one of those things and one of those steps. But separate from this, is there anything else that you feel that this council can do to make London safer for all women?
Who would like to handle that one?
I can tackle that one first, Chair. It's Rosanna. So thank you very much to the councillor through the question and through you, Chair. From a city standpoint, as is noted in the report, the staff report, the work of Safe Cities is inherently connected to our priority as outlined in our strategic plan for creating a safe London for women and girls. And I think looking at the how we activate the levers as a municipality and how we create community, and whether that's through the built form or other forms, I think there are absolutely levers sort of at our disposal that we can activate. So I think, thinking differently and ensuring that the work is prioritized and that we look for opportunities to affect change through whether that's policy or as we have many employees that are out in the community each and every day, working with our agencies, boards and commissions, particularly the London Transit Committee, who I would acknowledge has been a great partner in this work all along as well. And I think just kind of taking those tools that we have available to us and again, prioritizing and doing the work in different ways so that we can affect change and move the needle on the priorities that are outlined in the Safe Cities Action Plan for creating safe spaces, and also the broader work that we have through the Creating a Safe London priority, and ensuring that there's a real intentional collaboration and connection between that work. And I'm not sure if Ms. Trudell wants to add anything to that.
I will say part of the hope is to engage some non-traditional actors here on in around the action. So for example, for bystander training, that's targeting really bars. And I think as much as you can amplify the work and the necessity of this work and help perhaps make some of those relationships soft handover in the words that make sense, that would be a really tangible one for me in my mind. And I think there's other actions that sort of you showing leadership around the necessity of this work and helping create those relationships would be very helpful.
Councillor Slee?
Thank you. That was great. Thank you so much for all your work.
So I was just working my way up to my question. I'm sorry I missed Councillor Slee. I'm just going to check with Councillor Cassidy. I see you turned on the screen. Go ahead, Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. It's good to hear that the school boards are involved in this, because as part of your action plan, when you talk about changing norms, I think it's really important that the school boards play a really active part in that, because I know we've talked about this in the past when Safe Cities first came to council, and there were some comments about catcalling as an example, and catcalling is not reluctance, but inability sometimes for some people who've never received that to view that as violence, and I think that goes to that changing mindsets and changing what we view as normal, and so what a bigger, stronger physically person might not recognize when you're just the subject of comments is when the person delivering the comments is a strange person, a strange man who's much bigger and more powerful than you. There is an inherent fear there because of the uncertainty of what that person will do if it will escalate beyond comments. So I say all that to go back to the school board piece, because I think that the schools themselves have a really distinct role to play here, because it starts with what little boys are taught and little girls and all young children, what they're taught from a very early age of what is acceptable behavior and some of the reasons why it's not acceptable when just yelling out comments might be seen as harmless. And yet in this day and age, with Me Too having been going on for many, many years, I still hear, in fact, just recently in another setting, I heard the excuse of this is just locker room talk, or this is, boys will be boys, that kinds of thing. So I'm wondering if there is a plan going forward for some tangible action at the school board level in teaching students about respectful dialogue and respectful treatment of others, regardless of gender, etc.
Thank you, Councillor Cassidy. This is Annalise. And thank you for sharing. I couldn't agree more. I don't want to speak for the school boards because I know that they're partly what's sort of happening with Safe Cities is that each of the committee members is doing tons of stuff internally. So it's not that a lot of actions aren't happening, it's that they haven't been coordinated across all partners and amplified. And so we're sort of siloed up until now. So I'm aware of some actions happening particularly in the public school board just because of some awareness there, but I don't know that it's enough and I don't want to speak for the school boards. So I guess I would just take your comment to note and put that in my mind.
Thank you.
Any other discussion, colleagues? If not, I wonder if either Dr. Trudell or Ms. Wilcox would just want to speak briefly to sort of where this going from here. We have the report in front of us, the action plan very clearly laid out. I just wonder in terms of those actions, what we might expect to see and what people in the community might expect to see in terms of how these actions will be undertaken. I think the community-based governance model is a very good one. And it's obviously a lot of different actors and institutions and organizations that are going to take on different parts of this work. But I wonder if you could just speak directly to that about sort of what the future looks like.
Sure, and thank you for the questions. Through you, Chair, I think we've got a really great community table and governance structure that's in place, and people that are incredibly active and committed to this work. And so I think some of the early actions would be there will certainly be action taken, in the very near term around bystander intervention. As Dr. Trudell mentioned, this work has been prioritized as the committee, and so there will be different players from around that table, and again, hoping to get non-traditional actors to come and support this work as well. So I think it's in that case, looking at it and figuring out ways that we can work differently and collaborate in different ways to affect change. And so in particular, in this case, around bystander intervention. Other ways are really digging into what does it look like to put GBA plus or gender-based analysis plus into practice when we look at policy and the existing policy frameworks, looking at existing policies, and this would be across all organizations and institutions in particular that are involved in this work. Again, seeking to look for new ways to collaborate across the community, but how do we put that into practice so that it front ends how we consider policy? And this has a really good tie into, from a city perspective, the work through our priority area around creating a safe London, and also the use of our gender equity lens that we have in place here at the city. So those would be a couple of priorities that I would highlight. Also, with the collaboration stream, it's noted as a guiding principle of the work, and also as a specific sort of standalone strategic area of focus. So looking at that from how do we work together in new and different ways, how do we identify gaps? These are sort of foundational elements that when we've looked at the work as a collective group, that we've identified that it's really important to understand all of what is happening in the community, and then identify ways to perhaps work together, but also where there may be gaps, and how do we look at tackling those gaps in perhaps a different way and collaborating in a different way. I would also note building intentional linkages to existing work and other programs or plans that exist in the community. a couple that come to mind would be the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan, or also the Core Area Action Plan. There are some really tangible pieces, so we're taking some action already around thinking about building in a gendered, an intersectional gendered lens into the safety audit that will be conducted in the downtown core. And also, again, looking at how do we build that into, if we have reviews coming up, for instance, around some aspect that impacts the built form, how do we get in and look for quick wins with respect to those actions? So I'm not sure if Dr. Trudeau would like to add anything, but that, thank you.
Anything you'd like to add, Dr. Trudeau?
Yep, thank you.
Okay, do I have a mover for the recommendation? Mayor Holder, seconded by Councillor Lewis. Last chance for discussion. Okay, let's open up the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 6-0.
Okay, we are moving on to item 3.2. This was scheduled to not start in just a couple minutes behind the schedule. This is the vacant buildings bylaw review. As you know, this is a public participation meeting. I'm going to be monitoring the list of speakers on the attendee side. I will be going to speakers after we hear briefly from Mr. Katolik, I believe, about what's proposed in the vacant buildings bylaw. What I'm going to do is, after we have a presentation from staff, we're just going to have a brief opportunity for people to ask questions. If there's something you really want to clarify that you think would be helpful for both yourself, but also for members of the public, just some questions, basic kind of clarification type questions, not argumentative type questions. Then we'll hear from the members of the public. Then we'll get into discussion about how we'd like to proceed. So that's how I'm hoping to go. Hopefully everything goes smoothly with people participating via Zoom. There may be some hiccups, and I beg your indulgence if we do run into some of those. So I'll turn it over to you, Mr. Katolik, for just a brief presentation, and then we'll have a motion to open the PPM.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. The municipal purpose of the vacant building bylaw mainly focuses on public nuisances, including vandalism and public safety. And Council's strategic plan speaks to modernizing bylaws and regulations, and this is why this report is before you. We undertook a full review of the vacant building bylaw together with several of our enforcement partners. And Wade Jeffrey, who's a manager within Municipal Law Enforcement Services, will provide a short high-level overview. Over to you, Wade.
Go ahead, Mr. Jeffrey.
Thank you, through your chair. Yeah, with respect to the vacant building bylaw, sorry, as it was mentioned, the vacant building bylaw was reviewed, and there were a number of items and regulations that warranted amending or adding. The vacant building bylaw has not had a full review since its adoption in 2009, and has become a very active bylaw to enforce for our municipal law enforcement officers throughout the recent years. There's a number of items, but I just wanted to highlight a few key ones with respect to the proposed. And the first one being the introduction to a formal inspection registry. And what that entails is things such as floor plans, current floor plans, I should say, provided by the owner of the property. Essentially, the floor plans would need to be a set issued to both the fire department as well as the chief building official through the building department. And basically, what these floor plans are for is essentially to allow for first responders to have an idea of what they're responding to when they go to a vacant building for an emergency. Currently, there's very few floor plans submitted by the existing vacant buildings within the city. There's a number of reasons why. but we are going to have the onus on the property owners to submit current floor plans showing configuration of each floor. And along with current floor plans submitted, we'd also like to get property contact information from the owners, whether it's the owner or their agent. And again, this isn't so we can contact them each time the building has been breached or there's been some sort of infraction on it, but rather for emergency situations. And so we would like the officers to have that contact information available to them when handling these properties. Through the inspection registry, where a building has been vacant for at least 30 consecutive days and the officer believes it to be pose a safety risk to the public or become a public nuisance in some aspect, whether it be the building being breached or debris dumped on the property or vandalism in some way. We want to be able to have that property added to the inspection registry so that the city can conduct regular exterior inspections of the building and property for that matter for compliance with this bylaw. Upon those inspections, if there are deemed to be any contraventions, the owner will be responsible for any inspection fees arising from those inspections. And again, this is all due to safety concerns. We want to make sure it's addressed right away. Another key point and amendment to the bylaw would be the boarding up of buildings and the time frame and the time allowance for these buildings to be boarded up. We do not want to exceed a calendar year, so 365 days. And the requirements would be under the section 4.3 of the property standards bylaw for doors and windows being maintained. So there will be that time period, excuse me, of 1 year to be boarded up. And upon that time compliance date, we will have officers follow up and issue orders and or my next point would be administrative monetary penalties. And what those are is essentially they're penalties similar to a fine for non-compliance or contravention of any of the provisions within this bylaw. We currently have 17 items on the penalty schedule for short form wording, which are all in the amount of $400 each.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jeffrey. Anything to add at all, Mr. Katolik? If not, I'm going to get into questions from committee members.
Nothing to add.
Okay, I'm going to go to Councillor Lewis and just flag me if you have questions, colleagues. Go ahead, Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just on the administrative monetary penalty amounts, are the preliminary fines, and I do note that at the discretion of the officer, the fines may be doubled for any and all subsequent repeat offenses. But are the preliminary fines set on essentially what I'm going to call a cost recovery basis, so that we're covering the cost of our duties in terms of inspecting, maintaining the registry, etc.?
Through the chair, the fine amounts or the penalty amounts are set by council, and the value has to be a deterrent for repetition of the violation. So although many will say that $400 may be too low, you should go a little higher. The penalties are at the discretion of the officers. The fines can be doubled, and the fines are for each specific violation. So a vacant building order may have 5 violations listed in the order. For each of those fines, the penalty is $400. In terms of cost recovery for inspections, that would come under the council's inspections bylaw, and the cost there is $110 per inspection.
Thank you for that. One additional question on the technical side. I appreciate the 365-day boarded up standard. I do understand that that's pretty consistent with other municipalities in the province. My question through you, Mr. Chair, to our staff, in terms of process moving forward. And I think we all know that there are buildings in London that have been vacant and secured for much longer than 365 days. Granted that this is not in place yet, but at 366 days, what happens then? Where is the, we can't guarantee that a property owner is going to necessarily find somebody to start occupying the building. So what steps happen after that 366th day?
Through the chair, if a building is boarded up for over a year, we could then issue a property standards order that the building is not compliant with the property standards bylaw, and take either actions under the property standards bylaw, or the city can do the work and bill the property owner.
Thank you for that.
Okay, any other questions to clarify anything? Go ahead, Councillor Kaibaga.
Thank you. So I guess for this proposed bylaw, I wanted to ask on the one that we had for 2009, whether it was, I'm just trying to understand, does this one also instructs or direct staff to be able to take action because the other one didn't, or are we revising that to say the exact same thing?
Through the chair, Council's strategic plan has a directive in it focusing on modernizing regulations. So we look at all of the city's bylaws to determine which ones have not been fully reviewed. And that's why we chose vacant buildings together with property standards, because they somewhat go hand in hand. So the current vacant building bylaw, in civic administration's opinion, could be modernized, and that's why we are recommending the number of amendments tonight. The current bylaw does have certain powers in it that we could secure buildings, but we believe that the amendments to the vacant building bylaw will give us further powers, specifically the issuance of AMPs, because we're finding it very difficult to find some of these vacant building owners should we want to issue provincial offense notices. Thank you.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. Once again, I just wanted to know also on the fines. So is it going to be $400 for, so let's say a building has been vacant for over 2 years or 3 years, and it stays vacant. How does that help? How does the $400 help the person who owns the vacant building basically occupy it if they can easily schedule like $400 to be ticketed a year? So I'm just trying to see how this would be a solution.
Through the chair, the $400 penalty is not a yearly penalty. It's a penalty for a violation of the proposed vacant building bylaw amendments, and it's specific to each violation. So for example, if we issue a order and it has 5 violations or five items in the order, and all those continue to be violations, the fine could be issued at $2,000. The property owner has the opportunity to undertake a screening of the fine. And if they don't like the decision of the screenings officer, they can then go and apply for a hearing. And the hearings officer will hear the property owner's position of why they should not pay the fine, why they should pay a lower fine. And the officer also has the opportunity to double the fine. So AMPS is another form of a penalty similar to provincial offense notices. But City Council has already passed the AMPS bylaw, and civic administration has been very successfully using it so far with all of our parking violations. In terms of service to the property owner, it's a far expedient way of serving property owners, specifically out of town property owners. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Katolik, and through you, Mr. Chair again. And so is this going to affect, how is this going to do with the COVID response? Like, so basically there are some vacants that were COVID created, and I just want to know if this also includes those, or if there's another plan to support or to kind of a different way of enforcing for vacancy that was created by COVID. And also just wanted to know, like, if people were, let's say before we approved this, this bylaw, if there were some people who were fined, are they grandfathered into this, or do they still have to respond to the fines that they had before?
Thank you for your question, Councillor. Through the chair, I want to be very clear with committee that this report and review began way before the pandemic. The focus here is on vacant buildings that have been vacated by the property owners for a variety of reasons. It could be a death in the family. It could be somebody walked away from the building. It could be that a building owner has gone bankrupt and has just walked away. So there's a variety of reasons why buildings are vacant. Civic administration want to be very clear that this bylaw does not apply to buildings that have simply boarded up their facades for security purposes. And there's many, many of those buildings along commercial street fronts that have done that. So this bylaw does not apply to those buildings. It applies to buildings that have been vacant for many years. They have many property standard issues. They have basically been neglected and are derelict and have various public nuisance and unsafe issues. And those are the buildings that we want to address. In terms of fines, any previous fines that have been issued under the Provincial Offences Act are still in place. Any previous invoices that city staff have issued under the inspections bylaw are still in place. And should council approve this amendment, we will then move to administration of penalties through the AMPS bylaw. Thank you.
Okay, there'll be an opportunity for any other questions after we hear from the public. I see Councillor Cassidy, do you have a question? You want to clarify something? Okay, I'm going to go to you, then I'm going to have a motion to open the PPM. Go ahead, Councillor Cassidy.
Thank you. So I did have one question, and now Mr. Katolik's answer gave rise to another question. So I wonder if you could elaborate that buildings that have been boarded up for security purposes won't see enforcement under this new bylaw. But what if they've basically been abandoned, but somewhat maintained? The fact that they've been sitting there boarded up for a number of years is not necessarily a good thing for London. So we will not be doing anything with buildings that remain boarded up year after year after year, as long as they don't have any of these other violations. Is that correct?
Through the chair, in those situations, we will have to have some discussions with the property owner, what their intentions are for the building. They may still be trying to secure tenancy for the building, but if they are in situations that the buildings have become public nuisances or are unsafe or are in violations of many other bylaws. So for example, the grass isn't being cut, there's debris all over the place, there's squatters, there's numerous B&Es, derelict cars and such. We will make a determination when that building falls into the category of a vacant building under this bylaw. But our first intention is always to work with property owners to determine what their intention is for the building. And we do certainly know that numerous buildings have been boarded up in commercial areas for security purposes. That is not the intent of this bylaw. Thank you.
So a follow-up, Mr. Chair, for those buildings that have been boarded up for a long time and may appear fine on the outside, would the length of time of this boarding perhaps instigate at least an inspection to make sure everything on the inside is how it appears on the outside? Because there could be safety issues on the inside, especially if somebody is managing to get in through the boards.
Through the chair, we will have, if we receive complaints, or we may proactively do this. We will work this definitely out through many of our partners, through the BIAs and through the Core Area Action Plan, to have those discussions with property owners. And if there are any unsafe issues, we always first work with the property owners to get those fixed up before we go into any enforcement actions.
Okay, and my final question, which was my original question, this 365-day limit, what is, I want an understanding on how that will work. Will there be an ability for somebody to take all their boards down, leave them down for a week or a month or however long, and then put them back up again and have that 365 days start all over again?
Through the chair, that is not the intent of the bylaw. Obviously, we will not be on everybody's property every day, but we will be inspecting those properties on a regular basis. We will be sending invoices to the property owners so they will know that we are there. And in our experience, the one thing that changes property owners' behavior with their property are fines and invoices. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to look for a motion to open up the public participation meeting. Moved by Councillor Lewis, seconder. Councillor Kayabaga. Okay, we're going to have that up on the screen.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 6-0.
Okay, I'm going to go to the folks that I see on the Zoom who are registered for this particular PPM. 2 people who've definitely indicated they want to talk about item 3.2. I'm going to go to Lifespin first. If you could just give your name and your address, and then you have up to 5 minutes to address the committee. Make sure that you unmute before you start speaking.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the name you said.
It's going to be Lifespin.
3.2. I'm going to go to
One thing I'm just going to flag, I've seen this happen before at meetings, is there seems to be a bit of a delay between what's on the live stream, how quickly that's reaching people who are watching on the live stream, and what we're hearing on the Zoom directly. And so I'm just going to wait, because I think eventually everyone will have heard that I'm asking Lifespin to go ahead. So we just have to have a little bit of a pause, and then it'll be fine. Okay, let's just check in again with Lifespin and see if they're ready to go. If not, we're going to move on to Matthew Hendry, who's also registered for item 3.2.
I am here.
Okay, go ahead, Jackie.
Okay, can you see me, or am I just blank?
We can hear you. Yep, go ahead. Okay, Jackie, it looks like you're muted again. Okay, there, go ahead.
As many of you know, Lifespin's been an advocacy organization in London for over 30 years. And last year we served more than 8,000 low-income families. So the bylaw revisions we're hoping will support these families, all of them, to live with some equity. We commend the City of London staff and council for the action to enact vacant property bylaw changes, particularly the need to provide floor plans for first responders, the restriction on the length of vacancy allowed, and the addition of fines in the subsequent proposed changes to bylaw 54. However, we believe that the changes in the bylaws will not make any real change without strict enforcement. We started to map some of the vacant properties that folks have been drawing to our attention, and I've included the map there in our report. One of the things that we notice about the map is that a lot of the properties that are vacant and boarded up inappropriately are owned by land speculators and developers, and they're setting their own standard of disrepair and decay. We believe that the Municipal Act gives you the tools to enforce the standards and to immediately make the repairs that are necessary. There's dangerous and hazardous conditions for the residents, the neighbors, and the first responders. The fines are a wonderful addition, and it's nice that they can be in there. I do have a question about them being doubled, because I think that's a wonderful tool, as was mentioned previously. Fines often spur action. They can be doubled. So the first fine is $400. That's doubled to $800. The next time it's not been repaired or fixed up, will it double to $1,600? That's a clarification that I think will give you even more power if you can keep doubling the fines until the landowners do the work they're supposed to be doing. We believe that if you go in immediately and start to make the repairs if they're not fixed, that gives you a proactive way to address the detriment to the neighborhood, the health and safety risks to the first responders and other residents in the area. The costs to make the repairs are recoverable from offending property owners under the Municipal Act. And in addition to the proactive enforcement, we're asking that Council consider an affordable housing strategy that aligns building acquisition with both the standards and the enforcement. For example, the City of Chicago has an initiative, they call it the Troubled Building Initiative, and it's a tool that they use to help reclaim troubled and abandoned buildings to prevent these buildings from deteriorating into a state of disrepair, which may lead to displacement, the loss of affordable housing, and unnecessary demolition. So there are examples out there. We've included some links for you to find your way to that and how that becomes part of a broader strategy for the whole community. As a community, we need to regain control of all the physical factors blighting the lives of poor residents. Abandoned properties may be the single most destructive because they affect so many other conditions, making other challenges become even worse. So what's left at the end of the process is that those struggling to make it on low incomes remain in their neighborhoods only by doubling up, by living in substandard housing, and by paying a high percentage of their meager incomes for housing. We believe that London needs a strategy that prioritizes vacant properties, getting control of them and taking them from irresponsible landowners. In order for this strategy to work, bringing properties into compliance and imposing tax liens for not maintaining the bylaw standards should be implemented immediately on all vacant lots and abandoned buildings. We respectfully request that Council direct staff to pursue implementation of an affordable housing strategy that incorporates building acquisition as part of a responsive vacant property bylaw enforcement protocol. And that's me.
Thank you very much, Ms. Thompson. You can tell you've done this before. That was 4 minutes and 30 seconds. Thanks for providing the information in advance as well to community members. I know people appreciate that. Can I go to Mr. Hendry next? I see you're registered for item 3.2. Just unmute yourself, introduce yourself, give us your address, and then go ahead. You'll have up to 5 minutes.
Thank you, Councillor Helmer. My name is Matthew Hendry. I live in Ward 7, and I'd like to contribute a few points to this discussion on vacated housing and vacated buildings, which I hope will clarify the picture for a lot of people. I'd like to also thank Ms. Thompson for her remarks as part of this discussion. And I'd like to offer a sincere apology. Earlier this summer, as part of a special project for Lifespin, I made a poster depicting a now burned down building on King Street. The building that was pictured was 689 King Street. It caught fire in December, and at the time that I wrote the report, I hesitated to forward it to people on city council, and I hesitated to forward it to the City of London because I feared that it would cause trouble. I now realize that my failure to forward the report to people within the City of London has created even more heartache and had the potential to create even more trouble than having forwarded it. To those hurt by this inaction, I can only offer my sincerest apologies and the promise to do better. That said, I wonder if there is not a larger error. The failure to recognize a clear avenue to improve the situation of living, improve safety, spur financial revenue, and refurbish many neighborhoods in order to create a better tomorrow for the City of London. As someone who has attended school and worked in several of the neighborhoods within London, I have often wondered if the appearance of a neighborhood impacts life decisions. And after all this time, I can say yes. It affects both your outlook on life, your mental health, and your physical well-being. The vacated buildings in our city give off a rundown look, and this scares many people away from not only the neighborhood, yet also from opportunities. One personal example I can think of right off the bat would be St. John Ambulance, which is located almost right in the heart of Old East Village. Those who've been involved with this organization as volunteers and members know that the organization does amazing work. However, St. John Ambulance has struggled to gain new volunteers and members, especially for their youth programs. You look at the surrounding neighborhood, the frequent lack of transit connectivity, the lack of street lighting, and it's easy to figure out why. No parent in their right mind is going to let a second-year high school student take a city bus into a neighborhood full of rundown buildings to volunteer for an organization, no matter how great that organization is. And no parent has the time to repeatedly drive their kids halfway across the city just for peace of mind in respect to safety. Another example I have is out in Lambeth, where the city has allowed the Baker family farm to sit. For those of you who haven't put two and two together, I'll complete the picture. One of the most recent would have been owners of this farm was Frank Baker. He was a member of our Lions Club and passed away a little over 2 years ago. The city had yet and still has yet to do anything with respect to this property, which is perfectly visible from the north side of Warncliffe Road South and Main Street as you head into Lambeth. I've got plenty of solutions in the report I wrote for Lifespin on this, and am happy to email all of you a copy of the report. As a show of faith, I ask that all of you take the 10 minutes to read the research that I've put into this issue. As an added step, I'd ask everyone in this city to think about what we can do to give youth more opportunity in all of these issues addressed, including this one. An excellent start would be immediately improving the lighting, transportation, amenities, and housing conditions in our neighborhoods so that parents actually feel safe allowing children to bus into these areas. A second suggestion I'd make would be to look into what additional efforts the city can take to ensure that kids enrolled in activities in any of our neighborhoods are not having to look over their shoulder every 5 seconds. I yield the rest of my time to the chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hendry. You did go 45 seconds over, so there's no time to yield. And keep that in mind when you go to item 3.3. May shorten it up a little bit, but thank you very much for what you said. I imagine the first part was quite difficult to do at a public meeting. I don't have any other speakers for item 3.2. I'm just looking to see if there's any in the committee rooms who hadn't registered in advance but would like to weigh in. I don't see any. Okay, so I have a motion to disclose the public participation meeting. Councillor Lewis, seconder. Mayor Holder. Okay, we'll have that vote up on the screen.
I vote yes. Mine is hanging up.
Thank you, Councillor Hillier.
Carries 6-0.
Okay, colleagues, I want to just go staff to respond to the idea that was raised by one of the delegates around having an acquisition strategy. I just want staff to address that because although it is related to the vacant buildings, it's not in the vacant building bylaw, which is what is in front of us in terms of a public participation meeting. Getting an answer on that and where that might go in terms of a pathway would be helpful, and then we can get into debate on the bylaw itself.
Yes, through the chair, we definitely consult with our internal partners on the issue of development and affordable housing. And there's several examples, recent ones, where we issued orders for demolitions. The properties were demolished. In many cases, demolitions were undertaken by the banks who took over the properties. And today you're seeing the development and completed development of affordable housing. Some examples are on Center Street. Another example is 4 buildings that were torn down approximately 12, 15 years ago on Dundas Street near Kellogg's on the south side. So we definitely consult with our internal partners. Also with respect to doubling penalties, you do not keep doubling and doubling and doubling. It stops at one-time double, but that does not negate enforcement officers from taking further court actions for repeated offenses. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So I'm looking to colleagues to see how you'd like to proceed with the bylaw that is in front of us, having heard the input from the public participation meeting. Councillor Salee?
Have my hand, Councillor Hellman.
Go ahead.
I was just saying I'm happy to move the staff recommendation as Councillor Sully.
Seconder, Councillor Lewis. Okay, debate on the amendments to the bylaw. Councillor Kaibaga, go ahead.
This is not a debate. I think it's just a comment or a question to staff. Listening to the comments from Jackie from Lightspin, I'm wondering, based on the comments that she made and the information that she shared, this specific bylaw is really focused on the external part of enforcement and not internal. I wonder if, and I could be wrong, perhaps, I don't even know if I can do this once we've closed the PPM, but I'm just wondering if she was also interested in talking about the internal part of the property standards and not just the facade or the outside of the building. Yeah, so I wonder if this motion or this bylaw specifically addresses all of the comments, the important comments that she made.
Is that a question for Mr. Katolik?
It's a question, yeah.
Through the chair, that would be more related to the property standards bylaw. Once a building is vacant and it is beyond economical repair, that's where we step in, we review it, and we say, we would recommend that this building be torn down. And in most cases, as councillors would recall from 2 years ago when we presented a list of I believe 8 or 10 buildings that we recommended for demolition, the city did not demolish any of those because the property owners then either sold the building or demolished it themselves. So this bylaw is mainly looking at vacant buildings that have numerous property standard issues, likely beyond repair. And it's the property standards bylaw that really looks at internal conditions of occupied buildings. Thank you.
Councillor Kabaga?
I guess I'll have to wait and see how we do with the motion that I proposed then, since yeah, I'll wait.
Okay, I don't see any other speakers on the vacant buildings bylaw. Just from the chair, I want to say I think this is a good step forward. I do think review was needed. You know, it had been in place for quite a while. I think in some ways the bylaw was doing some of the right things, but I think adding the administrative monetary penalties is really going to simplify the process in terms of enforcement. I think it's going to make it more effective. I think if people are continuously leaving buildings vacant with problems, it's going to get a lot more expensive to do that. And I think that that is a very good deterrent that will encourage much better stewardship of these buildings. So I think this is a step forward in the right direction. Not to say that we are going to come up with other good ideas that could potentially go into the vacant buildings bylaw. And this is really one set of changes that are being made and proposed right now. If they're passed through council and people have other ideas about things that could be changed about the vacant buildings bylaw specifically, you know, I think we can potentially entertain those at a future meeting. I think these changes right now are good and should go forward. So I'm going to open up the motion for a vote.
Motion carries 6-0.
Okay, that brings us 3.3, sorry, which is also scheduled to be at 4:30. We're going to start again with a bit of a presentation. This one has a much longer list of speakers, so I think we're going to be here for a bit on this item. There are more changes, and it's a bit more complex as well. So I'm going to do the same thing, where I think we'll have a motion to just open the PPM. We'll go to Mr. Katolik. I'll get a presentation about what's being recommended and the changes. Very brief questions without a lot of preamble if we can, to just get the answers, to clarify things. Then we're going to hear from the public. Then we'll come back and we can have some more discussion about the changes that were made and the motion that has been circulated by Councillors Kabaga and Salih in advance, way in advance since it came to our previous meeting and was sent on to this meeting. So I'm going to have someone move it, open the PPM first. Councillor Kabaga, seconder. Mayor Holder. Okay, let's get that up on the screen. Okay.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 6-0.
Katolik, and then just give a brief presentation, and then we're going to go to questions, then we're going to go to the public. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The municipal purpose of the property standards bylaw is to address maintenance and occupancy of properties. And similar to the previous PPM, the council's strategic plan focuses on modernizing bylaws and regulations. I'll turn it over to Wade Jeffrey to provide a high-level overview of some of the recommended amendments.
Go ahead, Mr. Jeffrey.
Thank you. Through the chair. The City of London Property Standards Bylaw has not had a full review since its adoption in 1999. The CP16 Property Standards Bylaw is a maintenance-focused bylaw with regulations that are derived from the Ontario Building Code, and as such, these amendments brought forward are a reflection of updated regulations within the OBC over the years, as well as observations that are made during our municipal law enforcement officers on-site and in-field inspections. Again, there's a long list of amendments and additions to the proposed bylaw. I'm going to just go over a few key ones that are quite often brought to our attention during inspections for your review. The first and probably the most common one is the regulation with respect to headroom height. We quite often find with all inspections, either basement or attic space on the top floor of buildings that have been finished space through some point of time, there's usually a headroom deficiency. The bylaw, the CP16 bylaw references a headroom height of 6'5" being the minimum height for finished space. And we were finding a lot of inspections were coming very close to 6'5", although there were some matters where there were structural load-bearing elements that interfered with achieving that 6'5" headroom within centimeters, 2 inches. And so there's been an amendment, a proposed amendment to change the headroom height requirement of 6'5" to 6'3". That's only where a door frame is located under one of those structural load-bearing elements. We find that will rectify a lot of the headroom issues that we've encountered through our inspections. The second item that sort of reflects the headroom height matter is what's called the concealed space agreement. And it's a document signed by a property owner or authorizing agent in which an agreement is registered on title to prohibit the use or occupancy of a finished space that does not comply with the regulations outlined in the bylaw. Mainly what we're finding is based on headroom height. So what this agreement essentially states is if there's a deficiency with that headroom and it does not meet the regulations in the bylaw, the owner can sign off on this concealed space agreement to essentially not use that finished habitable space. It will be sectioned or locked off from use from anyone using it, and it is attached to a registered property standards order, which is registered on title. So the only time that area would be accessed would be if there was an emergency or some sort of service contractor needed to get in to do some work, and there was an electrical panel or a furnace or something of that nature was in this area that was under the concealed space agreement. And we found that the concealed space agreement tends to rectify a lot of those issues with respect to habitable space. And again, these all relate to safety matters, and that's our number one concern. I think with all of these amendments is safety as a first priority. The next item is through ventilation, and it's the introduction of the duct type smoke interlock detector. It's a mouthful to say, but what that essentially is it's a device used to detect the presence of smoke in an airstream of ductwork sections of an HVAC air handling system. So in the case of a fire with a multi-unit, if there's a 2 or 3 unit building that is all sharing the same ventilation through one furnace, it's a device that is on the ventilation that in case of a fire, it will detect the smoke and it'll shut down the system, which will then in turn stop the spread of the smoke into the other units. So that was to be added to the proposed bylaw. And another one that was very prominent was the regulation change for handrail heights. The Ontario Building Code has increased the height for where handrails need to be located on stairs, and We found that when we were doing inspections, that there were a majority of handrails were too low, so we needed to obviously meet the standards of what the Ontario Building Code says, and we've increased that to 38 inches. So those are some of the key proposed amendments for some of the regulations. And I guess the last one would be the introduction of the administrative monetary penalties as well. And just to clarify, administrative penalty is a monetary penalty that can be imposed instead of a court for contravention of certain provisions under the bylaw. Administrative penalties are intended to promote compliance rather than to be a punishment for wrongful activity. This bylaw currently has 145 items for short form wording under the penalty schedule, and again, all with the same amount of $400. Thank you.
Okay. Any questions for Mr. Jeffrey or Mr. Katolik just before we hear from the members of the public? Go ahead, Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, through you to our staff. The handrail heights was an interesting one for me, and I just wonder if staff can comment. In some cases, conversions have happened in older buildings, which in fact have heritage feature handrails. So how do we square the circle in terms of the handrail height enforcement when heritage alteration permits may be denied for changing a handrail height where heritage has been deemed, a heritage characteristic has been deemed part of the stairway, the porch, what have you, in terms of where the handrail is located?
Through the chair, in situations like those, and we have had some, we work with our heritage platters and consult with them to find a amicable solution. Within the property standards bylaw, there is some level of tolerance. So as long as that level of tolerance meets what the officer considers to be safe, there may be situations where heritage handrails may not have to be altered at all. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Mr. Katolik. Of course, I'm familiar that we've had a few from the previous term when I served on the Committee of Adjustment and had a couple of properties that encountered that problem. Likewise, from those Committee of Adjustment days, my second question to staff is around the headroom heights, and I certainly support moving to 6'3". I think that might avoid a number of property standards appeals. But I am aware that in some cases, and again, it was predominantly in older buildings where conversions had happened, and you might have stairwells in particular at odd angles where the top of the stairs might perhaps measure 6'3" or even 6'5", but you might have a stair halfway down because of the angle of the roof and where support beams were, where the headroom might only be 6'1" or 6'2". So in those kind of unusual cases, is there still an appeal mechanism through the property standards appeals option and the potential for a one-off variance to be granted in certain situations with certain properties?
Through the chair, there's no changes with the appeals. It would go to the Property Standards Committee. And I'm not sure if Mr. Jeffrey wants to add anything on circular stairs.
Thank you, through the chair. Not with circular stairs necessarily. I just what I will mention is with respect to the height that you're mentioning, those stairs may be older from the older homes, but it would be deemed an unsafe condition. So it's not something that would be grandfathered. They would have to go through the appeal process.
And just to be clear, the committee can modify the orders from the officers, right?
Through the chair, correct.
Any other questions for Mr. Katolik or Mr. Jeffrey? If not, we're going to go to members of the public. I know there are a number of people in committee rooms. I'm going to start with the folks who have registered in advance, and then we're going to come to committee rooms. I'm going to start with Allison Darling. If you could unmute, introduce yourself, and then you'll have up to 5 minutes to address the committee. Go ahead.
Hi, yep. As you mentioned, my name is Allison Darling. I'm a staff lawyer here with Neighborhood Legal Services. Can everybody hear me just before I go on too long?
We can.
Perfect. Okay. So I wanted to say that I do support the changes to CP16, particularly adding bed bugs in there regarding pests. So as it stands, whenever we're helping a client who has issues with bed bugs, one thing goes to property standards like cockroaches, and they would have to contact the health unit to inspect for bed bugs. So to begin, I have a question as whether or not this means that we could now send clients with bed bugs to bylaw to inspect rather than the health unit. And also, I just wanted to also share concerns raised by councillors Celine Kayabaya that there appears to be a gap in another bylaw CP19 as it relates to licensing, and agree that this should be revisited, and wondering why apartments and stacked townhouses are not included in this definition. And then finally, something kind of different is I would like to express concern regarding tenants' abilities to access orders that are issued regarding bylaw infractions, and that we might consider adopting a system more like Toronto, where an investigation request and orders are available online, and tenants are given a copy of these orders as a matter of right. As it stands right now, the tenants have to do a freedom of information request, and it is a little bit more burdensome. And so in terms of their abilities to access this evidence, it would be helpful if they were given more free access to the orders that are issued. And that's all I have to say on this matter at this time.
Thank you very much. We're going to get answers to questions that come up at the end of all the public participation. So I'm trying to keep track of them, and we'll get staff to respond once we get to the end. I'm going to go to Ben next. Sorry, I don't have your last name, but if you could unmute, introduce yourself. You have up to 5 minutes.
Hello, I'm Ben. I'm part of ACON. Came to speak about tougher penalties against what we all call slumlords. I'm a family of 2 young girls and a handicapped wife. So I get a little emotional when it comes to my kids, but I've been after my landlord for almost 2 years. My house is infested, like majorly infested with mice. Half of my dwelling, I have a rental garage and a 3-bedroom house. Half of my house has no power, and my garage no longer has power. I have black mold through all my bathrooms. My main toilet that my wife uses because she can't go up the stairs anymore, she can ice skate across the floor on the toilet. And every single window in my house, you can, from the outside, push in. There's no security. My kid's bedroom, I had to screw shut just so my kids wouldn't fall out of their window. I don't get any mail. I get junk mail because apparently where I live, it's a duplex now, but supposed to be a single family dwelling. So I don't get mail. I just get letters stating that the address is wrong because I put Maine. With all the power outages, I have no access to the fuse panel. The fuse panel is in the tenant's basement where he lives. It's been close to 2 years since I've had any contact with this landlord. I've had to close business because of my garage, and my business was going strong. I ended up having to go on assistance because of this idiot. And I lost my job. I almost lost my kids because of this house. My wife might have to go live in a hospital now because this house is unsafe. Pretty much that's all I need to say. There needs to be tougher laws. Like, I'm on the verge of losing everything, my house, my kids, everything, just because this landlord won't do simple repairs. Or even at least, I have a degree in property maintenance. If you would at least bring me the stuff, I'll do it myself. That doesn't even happen. So, like, I homeschool my kids. Now I have to use a light that's plugged into my kitchen right now just so I can have this conversation with you guys. To me, it's not fair. I've tried everything I can with this landlord, and I'm about to go to a shelter with my kids because of this house, and I can't go back to a shelter with my kids because of how we were treated last time. I just can't do it. So I don't know what to do. I'm hoping you guys can make these laws stricter and help people. I know there's more people out in this world that in London that are dealing with the same thing. So hopefully we can get this bylaw changed about these kind of landlords. Thank you.
Thank you for making time to weigh in on the bylaw. In case you haven't already done this, I just want to make you aware that if you reach out to enforcement@london.ca or you call the city with the specifics of your address, I know that the enforcement staff will take those complaints very seriously. Thanks for making time to weigh in.
I've contacted the city. I just haven't got a call back. I think maybe it's something to do with the COVID, but.
Okay, I would send a follow-up email or call again, and you can get that information online if you don't already have it, or I'm happy to give it to you directly after this meeting.
Sounds good. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Ben. We're going to go to Devin, who is up next. I don't have your last name, so perhaps you can introduce yourself. Just let us know your address, and then you have up to 5 minutes.
Hi, thank you for listening to our situations. So I was previously living at 186 King Street, right downtown in the heart of London. So I guess I'll just get into it. So I actually moved there in August during the pandemic because I was escaping an abusive living situation with an ex-partner. So I moved to that downtown apartment, and it was supposed to be a fresh start for me. Less than a month later, I realized that there was a very significant infestation of the entire building. So obviously I immediately reached out to my building management who by letter, and they never responded whatsoever. So I had to continually for months track down these people because they don't have standard office hours and all of that, and they refuse to respond to any sort of communication that's not face-to-face. And so while I reached out to these people, nothing ever got done. So while they continued to do nothing, bed bugs began to become very apparent in the entire building. I did my best to try to track down the management to address these issues, and nothing, ended up getting fixed. And I just saw the problem get worse and worse. So what I did was it was a difficult process to figure out, but I reached out to the city bylaw enforcement at London, who the person on the phone, she agreed with me that the conditions were, very unhealthy to say the least. So the bylaw for 2 weeks tried to reach out to the property management, who never returned their calls. So she went down there in person and shared my details as the bylaw does currently. So prior to my complaint, I believe I had 2 sprayings that were done. They told me that they had done more, but it was 2. So the building produced 2 completed work orders that were from months prior to my complaint with the bylaw. And so when the bylaw officer returned my call, she told me she was closing my complaint because the building had produced those 2 forms from months before I had actually reached out to the city. She let me know that no inspections were being done whatsoever, even before COVID was our reality. And because the bylaw needed to share my info, of course, I started to be harassed by the building almost every day. So because I was so scared, to be quite honest, among everything else, I actually had to, every time I left my apartment, I would put my phone on record. Because there was no way to, prove my situation other than showing the disgusting conditions of the entire building. And it got worse. I would see it in the public areas. I would see it, bed bugs, roaches crawling on the floors, on the walls, in the laundry room. And unfortunately, I had only been living there since August. There are people who've been living there for years. And to be quite honest, so before the bylaw had reached out, I had a casual, relationship with the building management, where, they said to me, oh, we do care about these issues, but we aren't given the resources to take care of them, which, that's questionable enough. But the unfortunate thing is I went through everything, I did everything right, reached out to the bylaw, and instead of actually having, the help I needed, my complaint was closed. So, and because of the violence in that building, there's a lot of it. I actually had to leave because my ex-partner had actually begun stalking me in that building. And even when telling the property management, there was no concern whatsoever. Among other maintenance issues like locks not working, it was never a concern. And that was one of the things I had shared with the bylaw that never got addressed. So I eventually was forced to leave. And it's quite a traumatic thing. So I'm really hoping that these changes to the bylaw seriously, because like the gentleman just before me, there are people with worse issues, and I'm sure there are people who are living in much worse conditions than he is, and what he shared was horrendous to listen to. Anyways, thank you.
Thank you, Devin. I'm going to go to Jody Phoenix next. Make sure you unmute and then introduce yourself. You got up to 5 minutes. Go ahead, Jody.
Well, with thanks to the chair for recognizing me, and also thanks to Acorn for giving me this platform. The ones on the committee that I've worked with in the past know that this is an issue that's been near and dear to my heart for a very long time. And I'm very grateful that I found my group of people in Acorn that share the vision and the passion that I have for this issue. So to be brief on this, I want to share with the committee the experience that I had 10 months ago with navigating my way through the bylaw of property standards. And I've been given the opportunities and resources in life to be somewhat savvy with the city's policies and procedures. And I found this process to be overwhelming. I tried to deal with my landlords through the staff informally. And the issues were vast. Some of them included graffiti that was located on our property for years that would not be removed. Open rotting garbage that had not been picked up on garbage day probably 3 or 4 months ago, that had been strewn about the property and throughout our courtyard. Noxious weeds that were literally 5 feet tall, growing in all of the flower beds on the property. Mattresses, discarded mattresses thrown about. And the absolutely most disgusting one were the piles and piles of pet waste. So when I brought it up informally with my property manager, I had to debate the validity of my concern before they even recognized it was a problem. I then had to debate why I shouldn't be doing it myself. So once they recognize that, you know what, it's property standards and it is their responsibility, I too was told, as the previous speaker, well, city bylaws not doing any inspections because of COVID. I knew that wasn't true. So I waited 10 days for a response from my property manager and received nothing. I then went ahead and put it in writing to them, as is a requirement under the bylaw. At the same time, I sent the city, under the bylaws, a copy of the formal notice to my property manager. No response from either party for 2 weeks. We're now almost 3 weeks into this process and nothing's been done. After the 2-week waiting period, I reached out to the city and said, hey, what are we going to do? It took a week for a response. We're now into a month. I had no follow-up. No, this is what they're doing. My complaint included pictures of every complaint I had and a detailed description as to the location on the property. 2 months later, bylaw officer did reach out to me and had a conversation with me and assured me that the next day they would be attending the property. They did do that, and I'm very thankful they did that. I understand that lack of resources may be a problem with the city. If that's the case, it shouldn't be. And it got done. They were mad. The property managers were angry with me for a little while, but I don't think I should have had to wait 2 months to get piles of pet waste removed from the property. That's unacceptable. And I'm really, really concerned that we're now having this public discussion and landlords are getting the idea here that you're not going to enforce this. Whether that's right, wrong, or indifferent is a different case, but they're getting the idea that you're not going to enforce the laws that are on the books. People that are in the low to moderate income category, we don't all have the same resources and opportunities. Most of my neighbors don't know these laws exist. Once they know they exist, they have no idea, as Ben so eloquently said before me, how to navigate their way through. My personal example, knowing all these things, it took 2 months. So in conclusion, I'd just like to stress to the committee that in this great city that I have a lot of pride in, and I know all of you do, there should be absolutely no way that we should be allowing substandard properties to exist. We all should have pride, whether we rent or own. We all live in this city. We all contribute, and we're all in this together. So I'm pleading with you to adopt this and to work with the community to make things better for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Jody. I'm going to go to Ed next. Sorry, I don't have your last name. Just introduce yourself. You'll have up to 5 minutes. Give your address if you're comfortable. Just to give a sense of who I'm coming to next, I think I'm going to go to Joe Hoffer after that. Go ahead, Ed.
Great, thank you so much. I'm Ed Pugliese. I live here in London in Berkshire Village on South Crest Drive. I'm an Acorn volunteer, so I've been getting more involved with the bylaw level of things when it comes to property standards, which will be the focus today. I do think that a lot of these issues are to do with larger problems, systemic issues. But I'll try to stick to the specifics as much as I can. I work in the not-for-profit sector at an employment agency, so I often come across clients that might live either in affordable housing or have the same issues that a lot of other Acorn members have. Fortunately, myself, I do not suffer from any immediate maintenance or repair issues. But it's things more like the fact that a massive corporation property manager can hike the rent 2.2% year after year, even during the pandemic, when by the looks of it, costs are not increasing for these corporations. If anything, they're making more, they're cashing in, and a lot of them even are not being taxed. It even goes to that point. So it feels like the whole root of the neglect in property standards and maintenance is just all about the fact that, I think it's incentivized. If property owners ignore things, they'll probably just end up paying nothing or very little anyway. So, you know, I think we need to turn it around. As a couple other people mentioned, take the onus off of the tenant who is already paying and place that on the landlord, on the property owner. You know, we're just looking for a transparent system. We're not here to implement this, you know, just to shame people or to be completely negative about it. You know, we just want it to be a system where there's more equity for tenants, where in a system where, you know, the landlords and owners have the majority of the power in the dynamic. And then I'll just, you know, conclude by saying that I think, you know, we are all aware that we have these bylaws, we have these laws, they're already there, they exist, like so many other things. We draft these and they're beautiful, they're awesome, but then they pass and they just sit there and they kind of die on the vine because no one's willing to take accountability and ownership over enforcement. So what we want is we want a really detailed accountability system where landlords and owners are the ones that are responsible for ensuring that their properties are up to code, not on the tenant who's already struggling, probably paying in most of what they earn, and doesn't really have the capacity or ability to take that onus on. Thanks again for listening. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Ed. Okay, I'm going to go to Joe Hoffer next. So just unmute yourself, introduce yourself and your address, and then I've got up to 5 minutes. I know you've done this before. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Joseph Hoffer. I'm representing London Property Management Association. I live at 200 St. James Street in London. I rent, by the way, from a very good landlord. LPMA has been in London for over 50 years. It's Ontario's longest standing regional landlord association, and it is recognized throughout the industry in the province of Ontario as setting exceptional standards for both education of its members and compliance with all standards of care and so on. And so it's here to express concerns about the property standards bylaw, as well as about the proposal or the motion that there be comprehensive licensing on all multi-res buildings throughout the City of London. I won't go into any of the technical issues that have been raised by LPMA members regarding the property standards bylaw. That if you've had an opportunity to review the submission, you'll see in the second paragraph that the concerns really are about the scope, whether the provisions exceed the Building Code Act requirements, whether that's going to impose retrofit, and if it does, we've highlighted some of the fallout that occurs where major work has to be done, particularly by retrofit. It displaces tenants. When the work is done, the costs get passed on to tenants, and so it's really a situation of owners are as interested as anyone in life safety matters. But if they're required to do retrofit work, it has a lot of consequences. And so its members are asking that there be consultation with stakeholders to address that, to ensure that the scope of the bylaw does not exceed the jurisdiction of the municipality. There are a number of other issues raised with respect to the licensing bylaw. There was a concern about the minimum size requirement. I'm on the board of an affordable housing development. They're all bachelor units, a converted hotel. I haven't measured the floor space, but I just think some time needs to be taken to make sure that people aren't displaced because of those kinds of criteria. And another problem that was identified by members was some of the subjective terms, some of the ambiguous terms, which basically leave it to the discretion of a bylaw officer. And, you know, they're like economists. Everybody can have a different opinion. So when you have to have compatible finishes, nobody really knows what that means, except the person making that determination. But it's the owner of the property that has to meet those requirements. And so we're asking that there be some consultation with stakeholders. That is an appropriate means of creating an appropriate legislative product. And so that's all I have to say about property standards. When it comes to the motion about licensing, it was interesting that the three previous speakers all spoke not about the fact that there aren't laws, but about the fact that the laws aren't being enforced. And, you know, it's easy to demonize landlords and say they're all bad. And the reality, and I know most of you are familiar with members of London's multi-res community, you know that they make high quality products, they manage properties in a high quality manner, and aren't deserving of that kind of demonization. The reality is that LPMA looks to the rule of law in order to ensure that its members are in compliance. And I've highlighted in the submission, it's a separate submission that I gave you, the provisions of the Residential Tenancies Act, which prohibit any breaches of maintenance. And Chair, the remedies are there. We deal with applications from tenants all the time, and those applications, if they have merit, the tenants get the orders that they're looking for, and LTB members have no hesitation in issuing those orders. And the same applies with respect to this notion of retaliation. Section 83, Section 23, and Section 29 of the Act address those kinds of situations. And again, if there's merit to those allegations, landlords are punished severely, both by way of administrative fines and by way of remedies that the board has authority to impose. In addition to that, you have a collateral set of enforcement that is available through London's own bylaw. And again, we've heard the issue is enforcement, but we also heard from staff that the bylaw is a maintenance-focused bylaw. It's there to address maintenance issues. And so it's our submission that the emphasis for council should be on enforcement of the maintenance compliance requirements of the bylaw, and that regard should be had to the fact that the Landlord and Tenant Board and the Residential Tenancies Act are a whole other set of rules that is accessible to tenants who are seeking a remedy. The notion of a, call it a hotline for anonymous complaints, I think you all know how readily that kind of thing is open to abuse. It's a waste of people's time and money. It serves people with an axe to grind, and it's just completely unproductive. In terms of
Mr. Hoffer, you've gone over your time, so if you could wrap up with your most important point.
Just please read the submissions that we've made. Consider these things carefully and objectively, and that's really all we can ask. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Mackenzie Metcalf next. Make sure you introduce yourself after you unmute. You have up to 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you for allowing for me to speak today. My name is Mackenzie Metcalf, and I'm the Vice President of External Affairs for the University Students' Council at Western University. The USC represents over 35,000 students and is one of the largest not-for-profit corporations in London. We support, improve, and enhance the student experience at Western and collaborate with the community of London, as many of our students are local residents. I am here today to discuss the new proposal put forth by Councillors Kayabaga and Salih regarding residential rental unit licensing bylaw, also known as bylaw C19. This proposal is important to the USC, as these changes are poised to address issues students face with off-campus housing. Our council has voted to endorse this proposal put forth by Councillors Kayabaga and Salih. It is no surprise that housing for students, especially in the wake of the pandemic, has not always been adequate. Poor rental conditions and the lack of maintenance are common concerns that are now exacerbated by stay-at-home orders. Personally speaking, I have had both amazing and inadequate housing in my time as a tenant in London, Ontario. As such, this attempt to better conditions for students and Londoners will improve the overall well-being and is welcomed by the USC. We commend landlords who provide safe and up-to-code housing and feel it should be the norm. The proposal to amend C19 has the potential to improve conditions for rental units in London. At the outset, the proposal would allow tenants in townhouses and apartments in the purview of bylaw C19. We are pleased that London is considering making these changes. The USC supports this amendment and hopes that the changes are being suggested to better improve housing in the city. Students are important stakeholders in the community, contributing to the local economy and the diversity of the City of London. Thank you for your time, and thank you to Councillors Kayabaga and Salih for bringing forth the proposed changes.
Thank you. I'm going to change things up. We have a couple more speakers on the Zoom, but I know there's a number of people in the committee room, and some of them are pre-registered. I wonder if we could just go to the committee room. I think there are 3 people. I just want to confirm that. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, my name is Becca. I'm speaking on behalf of someone who's lived in various different areas downtown. I'm also a student. And so I've had a lot of student experiences that relate to dealing with landlords. They seem to prefer students lately because they like them to come in and out quickly so that they can increase the price of the rent. I know that that's not a matter we're talking about, but it should be noted that a lot of people are probably thinking, why aren't these people with bed bugs or with mold or with these various issues for years and years not moving? It's because they can't. My parents have been trying to move out of a condemnable house for over a year. My mother has OCPD and is suffering dearly for it, but no matter where they apply, they can't get accepted because we're poor. And that's the biggest issue I really want to argue in regard to that gentleman who is putting his point forward in defense of landlords. Is he sounds like he's lived in a very good situation himself and he represents a good company, but what he might not understand is that he's a rarity, or at least he is for people who, like myself, are poor and have to go with the lower quality areas, because those were where the so-called affordable houses were. Though my current landlord is doing his best to buy up all houses around the Talbot and Central area, proceeding to flip them all as best he can, as quick as he can, so that he can change rents from between $500 and $800 to over $1,400. So this is going to massively increase the homelessness issue, obviously. But another issue about all this is that other than renovating his units so that he can increase these prices, he's also just increasing the prices of unrenovated units to match the current going rate, all while making absolutely no changes whatsoever to the poor maintenance of the building. Just yesterday, I was arguing with him, and yes, he makes me argue about the fact that our tenants, our hallways are not cleaned. He sends me text messages from his workers showing me that they're telling him the work is being done. But the fact is, I live in the building. I'm experiencing the footprints that aren't going away, no matter how much they say they're cleaning it. I'm experiencing the smell of garbage. I'm going to the garbage and seeing it piled up and having nowhere to put my own garbage near the dumpster. Well, he complains that he's somehow included in his lease that we're supposed to bring our own garbage to the curb when this is a unit with over 20 units, a building with over 20 units, so that makes no sense. He loves to argue with me about bylaws and about what he should or shouldn't be responsible for. I have to request that he spread salt on the ice so that I don't fall. I have to request more than once every season for him to address safety issues regarding snow. I have to request more than times I can count for him to simply clean the hallways. Things that I'm quite sure this gentleman who is representing landlords takes for granted. He clearly seems like a rather privileged individual. He has had good access to good housing, and that's great. The fact of the matter is the impoverished don't have that. I am someone with relatively severe mental health issues, and I'm just lucky that on today I'm able to come in and actually speak on this front. But for the fact of the matter is most people living in poverty are dealing with complex poverty, which is imposing on our mental health constantly, not only just our physical health. And that makes it 10 times harder for us to be able to speak up and to be able to represent ourselves. And we are the ones being affected most by COVID and by the lack of services due to COVID issues, and specifically by the current structure where that gentleman mentioned that we have other resources such as the Landlord and Tenancy Board. I tried that. I called them and it took them 3 months just to give me a hearing. By the time it came up, I was in school and I didn't have time to attend to it. So I didn't actually get to follow through with that. We need more ways to hold them accountable because right now it's a reactionary system where the poor get screwed because we're either busy working or busy at school. So we can't address these hearings that are put very inconveniently at times well after we've made the report. We are also treated poorly and condemned, and that's where the anonymous line would actually benefit, though I understand that there's complications to that. I actually have no problem not making a report with my name on it, but there are a lot of tenants who are afraid of that discrimination, afraid of walking out of their building and having someone treat them like crap because they happen to mention the crappy situation they're living in. My landlord makes me justify on a weekly basis that I deserve a basic standard of living. And the only reason I'm even able to have this unit is because I happen to have moved before there was a huge change where rents just went sky high. Again, I know that's not the issue, but the fact of the matter is it impacts the way landlords treat things. And if there's one thing I really hope that you'll consider, it's not just the licensing, but having some kind of clause where they're not allowed to hand the cost of the licensing down to us because that's something they love to threaten us with, but they'll increase the rent anyways. They shouldn't be allowed to hand this cost over to us when the fact is it's our way of having some kind of accountability because many of us are not privileged enough to live like that man was trying to claim landlords keep things. They just don't. We wouldn't be saying these things if they did. And if the system was working, we wouldn't be here either. We wouldn't be saying these things. So that's my main point. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. I'm going to go to Mr. Wallace. I think I can see in the same room there. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Mr. Chair, members of committee, Mr. Mayor, thank you for having me here tonight. Just one brief, I sent an email off with my presentation basically today, and I do apologize for it not making the deadline for it to be able to be published. But as you know, I'm with LDI, and we are a membership-based group, and I'm the only employee, so everyone else is volunteering their time. So it takes me a little bit of time to get people to respond back, and so they were still responding back past the deadline for me to be able to have this put right on the actual agenda. But I hope you received that email with the information. So we're dealing with two items here tonight under this PPM. First is the property standards bylaw, and when you look at it, really we're not sure what the issues, if there are any, in it. Normally, I think you would expect that in this kind of review that's happened on this bylaw since 1999, it's the first one in over 10 years, that there should be an opportunity, and I agree with the LPMA, that this should just be referred back to staff to deal with a consultation with stakeholders, with those who are in the business, to make sure they understand what those changes are and that they apply to the Ontario Building Code, which is what most of those changes are. But I think it's only fair that they have an understanding of that based on the report in front of us. The report arrives on Wednesday. It goes to council on the 23rd. I think there should be some opportunity for those who are in the industry to be able to talk to staff to make sure they understand what's in the report and what the changes that are coming forward, to be able to give you any proper advice on whether they agree or disagree or any changes that might be needed to be made. The second part is Councillor Karabaga and Councillor Sahu's motion. And we fully agree at LDI that you need to address tenant issues that have come to their attention. And we really appreciate the effort that people have made this evening, telling their stories about how their issues are with the tenancies that they have. We understand the motion is asking staff to review the residential rental units licensing bylaw with a view to possibly expanding its reach to all new existing rental units, including apartments, stacked townhouses, and townhouses. LDI concurs with the letter dated February 28th from Drulu Lifestyle Apartments that the councilor's intent is reasonable, but the RRUL bylaw is not the right tool to use to address this problem. Much of London's residential rental stock has been provided by London-based family-owned organizations for many decades. These professionally managed companies have provided clean and safe homes for tens of thousands of families over the years in London. These organizations continue to build and develop residential rental homes for future generations in London. The recent council-approved annual development activity report demonstrates the tremendous growth in this housing sector. Our concern is the licensing mechanism under the residential rental units licensing bylaw could add unnecessary cost to both the rental units and to the city for staffing to manage the expanded licensing regime. LDI's recommendation is to have the CPS committee, this committee, ask staff to review the issues highlighted in Councillor Carabaga and Sahil's motion, consult with the industry on options to tackle and tackle these issues and report back to committee. We just believe that the licensing regime is the wrong approach. Yes, it is an issue. We've heard about it tonight. We need to find a solution, and we need to be part of that solution as politicians, you know, a few bad actors, whatever you want to say, ones who are can really paint a bad picture on all landlords, and that is just not the case. That's not the case in London. It's not the case anywhere. There are issues that need to be tackled. Licensing everybody, we don't believe is the answer. We need to find the answer. We'd like to be at the table to help, and that was our suggestion. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Wallace. I think there's one more person in the committee room, Samantha Lawrence. Just want to check to make sure. Okay, go ahead. And then I've got a couple more people on the Zoom. I'm going to come back to you next. Go ahead, Ms. Lawrence.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'd like to thank everyone for the privilege to be here and share my story. I am a mother of 2 young girls who I homeschool, not just due to the COVID, but even before that. And we have lived at Scenic Drive, 470 Scenic Drive, for going on 5 years now. Every winter, we have the problem of the heat. There isn't any. And what is there is substantially blown across with the Arctic breezes that blow in through the broken windows. Now, these are windows that are no longer attached securely to the metal frame. The glass bends and flows. The people have tried to fix the heat, or so they claim, but the gentlemen to come in and bleed the systems as they're run on boilers. Even they say that one of the major problems with the heat and the lack of efficiency in that matter is the windows need to be fixed, replaced, in fact. Now, like I said, 5 winters in a row. Finally, this last month, I had the privilege of having London City Bylaw Enforcement come out to our unit. And I complied. They came in. Well, they gave the superintendent the temperature gauge to take in. I wish the bylaw officer themselves could have done it. It would have been more accurate. The superintendent was so kind as to put her little finger on the instrument, thus changing the heat. It was well below the 20 degrees that is called for before 11 o'clock. At times it's so cold in the room, in any of the rooms, especially the bathroom, that bathing my children, I have to put a heater in the bathroom. There is no ventilation in the bathroom or in the kitchen. There's also been a problem with a lack of work order requests, action being taken on these. I'm not the only person in the building that has these problems with Sterling Kmart, but they do not like to fill out the work orders and make sure that things are taken care of. I'm talking about things from simple maintenance, from your closet door to infestations of pests, cockroaches, and bed bugs. It was a year before they even came to spray our unit for the first time. We were in isolation even before the pandemic due to these pests, out of fear of contaminating other people we went to visit. By accident, we did contaminate my senior citizen parents with the bed bugs, because at the time we didn't know. This is my first experience with this. So it ended up back to the enforcement coming out over the heat. So they came in, took the first temperature. They made arrangements with myself and Sterling Kmart and the property management team to come back the next day. Sterling Kmart property decided to become non-compliant, blaming this all of a sudden on the COVID situation. But their superintendent has no problem entering premises with no mask or protective equipment on. We're facing eviction on Thursday as we finally have gotten up in front of the board. Mind you, it's on an eviction order because we've complained about the windows. When I complained about the windows, I even posted a little video to Facebook and I sent the management team the link. They were there within a day. Only one piece of glass was ever replaced. The master bedroom, which is the room I gave to my children so that they have room, is not even inhabitable at this point. The window is not secure on that wall, and even if the one inner windows, one can only be popped in, you can't have them both popped in and the lock. There's many more issues I would love to take the time to address, but the heating, the windows, basically vital services and pest control are not being done by Sterling Kmart. This is not the first building that has had these problems. I am also aware that the CBC has done articles on the buildings they own on Mornington. Thank you for your time, committee.
Thank you very much. I'm going to go to, in this order, just so people know, I'm going to go to Diane next, then I'm going to go to Jude Taylor, and then I'm going to go to Lifespin. So Diane, you want to go unmute and introduce yourself? You have up to 5 minutes.
Hi, thank you. My name's Diane Devine. I'm a member of ACORN. I live at 382 Hamilton Road here in London. I moved to this location in November of 2016. When I was first shown the place, it was an absolute disaster left by the last tenant, as well as it needed major repairs to the roof, windows, entranceway. I tried to convince the property manager to have the repairs done before I moved in, and they guaranteed me if I moved in as it was, that all the repairs would be done in a reasonable amount of time come spring, as most of the repairs weren't doable in the wintertime. So the roof, nothing was done at first. Months went by, spring came. Eventually it rained so hard that it was raining in my hallway as hard as it was outside. So I sent him a video of this, and his response was, "Oh, I thought it was okay since I hadn't heard anything," as if a roof repairs itself. So since fixing the roof, the only other things he's actually done is things like small repairs, toilet repairs, appliance repairs. But the windows and doors haven't been fixed. So the furnace turns on every 10, 15 minutes in the wintertime because the drafts are so bad in here. I talked to him about it. He'll send what he says are contractors to do estimates. Then I'll hear nothing from him again. When I ask him what happened, he claims the estimates were too high and he's been busy, so it slipped his mind. Then I won't hear anything again until I say something to him and we go through the same circle. The first summer I was here, I was hospitalized for a full week with major COPD flare-up caused by mold floating into my living room window from his other building that's located 6 feet from our building. I contacted him about this when I was in the hospital. He promised to have the building boarded up as soon as possible. It didn't happen for over a year, and it only happened because the police had to remove so many vagrants that they finally put pressure on. Over time, I realized that the house has rodents living underneath it. They run through my house, over my counters, past my bed. And I've realized as well that the furnace is set up incorrectly, so it's drawing the air in from under the building, thereby pulling in any airborne rodent and feces particles, and then pushing that into the house. And this is also causing my COPD to intensify every winter. We've had London Enforcement Officer, and they've contacted him. He's done a few minor outside repairs, as well as get the furnace that stopped working a month before the end of winter last year working. And now he keeps asking me when I'll be moving out because he knows I'm really trying to get out of here because of my health. When I first asked him what's the rush, he said he wanted to renovate. I said, okay, well, I would like to use my right as an existing tenant to continue living in the unit once it's renovated. After that, he started saying that he wants us out because he wants to demolish both buildings and start over. I'm on ODSP. I'm having a very hard time getting into affordable housing since it's in such demand and there's so little. So if he decides to evict all tenants on the grounds of demolishing due to the maintenance costs being way too high, I could end up homeless for the first time in my life at the age of 52. That's all I have to say. I hope something is done about landlords like this. There's far too many of them, especially in the area that I live in. But I thank everybody for their time, and I hope this will make a difference.
Thanks, Diane. I'm going to go to Jude Taylor next. Just unmute, and then you've got up to 5 minutes after you introduce yourself. Go ahead, Jude.
I'm Jude. I live over at 69 Maitland in the Soho district. I'm sorry about the girl at 70 Scenic Lane. Those guys should be in jail. That's been going on for over 15 years. I know other people lived in that building. I've been on both sides of the coin here. I've been a landlord and I'm now just a tenant. The building I live in is slowly caving in on itself. I've texted every problem that's occurred that I couldn't simply adjust myself. And only things that were immediately an emergency were ever repaired. This house has, there's black mold completely through the attic from a leaky roof we had a couple of years ago before it got replaced, where it was raining in my living room. But my big thing for this is education for low-income people. You can't say, how about do this online? They don't have internet. A public phone is near impossible to find now. The guy next to me just got a phone 3 months ago. I don't know about how you cost these type of things, but you could send a pamphlet or something might be an idea in the mail so they have some readable material. The people in my neighborhood have no idea that they can even go to the city for these problems. I made a complaint last year about my heat because my furnace is always kicking out. I already spent 3 days this winter freezing because when they do go to fix it, they have some guy look at it and it's 3 days before somebody actually comes to fix it. There's a lot of substandard housing in London and there is a serious lack of affordable housing. Like the one lady was saying that the prices of rent in the city are just astronomical. I make a good living. I chose to actually live where I do. But I wouldn't move into a building where they're charging $1,000 a month for a 1-bedroom. That's just ridiculous. But education and enforcement, because there's got to be a way to hammer down on these guys a lot faster than the current system holds. That's about all I have to say, though. Thanks.
Thank you, Jude. I do see we have one more speaker who's come on, so I'm going to go to Lifespin next, and then I'm going to go to Leah Beland after that. So go ahead, folks at Lifespin. I know you've been on the call for a while. Unmute, and you have up to 5 minutes on the property standards bylaw.
Sorry, was the unmute problem. So again, we are welcoming the opportunity for some input here into this bylaw change. It's Jacqueline from Lifespin, and I introduced the organization in the previous one, so I'm just going to skip right to the meat here because there's a lot to talk about. First of all, I want to draw your attention to the intent of the bylaw. It states that the intent of the bylaw is to provide a level of protection and safety for tenants, occupants, and surrounding neighbors by making living conditions suitable. We're going to get to that after, but I just want to say that in addition to the added fines, we see that there's an appeals committee, but we're not confident that the bylaw changes will actually address and remedy the injustices. And we would like to see that happen. We note that the municipal government also recognizes the value system of protection and safety, while also label the intent with words of protection and safety for tenants and making living conditions suitable, unless it is to acknowledge that the majority of lenders uphold these values as important and expect them to be addressed in and through public policy. We have some ideas that do not exacerbate the inequalities that exist in the world of landlord and tenant relationships. There are some really good landlords out there, but that's not why we're here tonight. We recognize that there's going to be no real change without strict enforcements. And again, the Municipal Act gives you the tools to make those changes and the actions that are necessary. Bylaw CP 16 permits the city to impose fines that can be made for failure to comply with the bylaw. And those fines also can be doubled. This is a powerful tool. Bylaw 54 gives the city the power to make the repairs and charge the property owners with the activities done to bring the property into compliance with bylaw CP 16. Like you do when you go onto a property and clean up someone's messy yard because the neighbors have complained. You do have the power, bylaw 54. We have had folks like Ben come to us for help because the city has not enforced property standards as requested. Families are losing their children because other levels of government enforcement don't believe these are safe places for children to be raised. Indeed, many of the conditions folks are living in cause or exacerbate other health conditions. There's an old adage that says, where there's a will, there's a way. And we're bringing you the ways tonight so that you can protect the residents in our neighborhoods. We're requesting that in the event the property owner does not make ordered repairs to bring these properties up to standard, the city immediately take measures to do so. If the repairs are so extensive that they cannot be done, the city needs to move the tenants to safe housing and the building needs to be condemned and secured. Should a relocation be deemed necessary for substantial repairs, then we're asking the city to implement a mechanism to protect vulnerable tenants, such as seniors, people with disabilities, or those living on very low incomes who are among the most affected by redevelopment or renovictions. This has also been done in other municipalities. The city of Vancouver recognizes that vulnerable tenants often require support to be relocated. They have implemented a tenant protection, relocation and protection policy. In addition to proactive enforcement, we're requesting that consideration be given to developing an affordable housing strategy that aligns tenant protection and building acquisition with both standards and enforcement. Part of the Vancouver tenant relocation and protection policy also addresses the need to protect affordable housing in our neighborhoods. We've talked about some of the neighborhoods where a lot of the property standards are out of line, and those are places where poor people can rent. The Vancouver model has a policy in it that is called the one-for-one replacement, where the owner is required to replace an existing dwelling unit on a site if they tear down one of those units because they're renovating them. The other issue is around the appeals. So tenants don't have access to social equality if they can't access the institution that enforces their rights. Like Devon shared, there's a real fear of reporting on property standards if you're living in substandard housing because you can't necessarily afford to move and you don't want to be harassed. This policy lacks attention to who is living in the substandard conditions and their ability to pay fees to request an appeal of a property standards order. And tenants that require assistance to file an appeal are not considered. But there's also the problem that tenants don't necessarily get given a copy of the order so they can follow up with the landlord and tenant board if that's where you're wanting them to go to get their rights protected. So there is a problem with that. And if a property owner does make an appeal and the tenant believes the conditions have not been changed, how are they supposed to get that information in if they're not given a copy of the order? We would suggest that at the very minimum, if a property owner makes an appeal on property standards, that they send an officer to do a full inspection of the property so that the burden doesn't fall onto the tenants to be the party responsible for enforcement. There's the issue of who can report. So we're going to go back to the intent of that bylaw here. Neighbors living next to these properties and community workers, social assistance workers, CAS workers, and the like should be able to submit requests for inspection where they're aware residents are living in unsafe conditions. Remember, the intent of the bylaw includes surrounding neighbors. Currently, requests for inspections made on clearly derelict properties are met with an automated message. Quote, please send your landlord or property manager a dated letter or email outlining the repairs that need to be conducted at your rental property and retain a copy for your own records. Denying an accessible and fair reporting and appeal process for those tenants who are living in substandard conditions denies tenants' rights and discourages the community at making efforts to make living conditions suitable. We're asking, again, that property standards be tied to tenant protection, rental replacement, building repairs, and acquisition as part of a responsive property standards bylaw enforcement protocol. We need to have those properties reclaimed by the community if the owners are not responsible. We need to have those properties brought up to standards, and the city has the power to do that. We need to have improved enforcement. That is why we are here tonight. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Jackie. I'm going to go to Leah next, although I don't see her on the call anymore. So I think what I'll do is just look to see if there's anyone else who is looking to speak to item 3.3 who hasn't weighed in, if there's somebody in the committee room that I'm not aware of. Okay, I don't see anybody. So what I'd like to do is just have a motion to close the public participation meeting, and then we're going to get some responses to some of the questions that came up. I know that was quite a wide range of issues, some of which are directly related to the property standards bylaw changes that are in front of us, some of which are related to the proposal from Councillors Salee and Kayabaga about the rental licensing bylaw, and some of which are about disputes between landlords and tenants that are, possibly related to some of these rules, but also, ongoing issues. So we covered a lot of ground there. I know staff have been trying to keep track of the various things that were raised. I made some notes. Can we have a motion to close the PPM? And then we'll get into questions. Councillor Kayabaga, seconded Councillor Hillier. Have that vote up.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Okay, I'm going to try and go through some of the questions that I was tracking, and then we'll see if we missed anything. So hopefully, Mr. Kutolik, you're keeping some notes as well. I just wanted to start with the process to get to this point and the changes in the bylaw. I know we had a report about this time last year, Mr. Kutolik, and I wonder if you could just talk, lead up to that report, to this report here, what has happened in terms of consultation with the various stakeholders who are interested in follow the property standards bylaw. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When we reported back about a year ago, we identified some of the issues with the current property standards bylaw, mainly because it's been in place since 1999 and it has not had a full review. The property standards bylaw applies to all properties in the city, irrespective of whether they are licensed or not under residential licensing or business licensing. It applies to residential properties, commercial properties, institutional, industrial. And so it is not just focused on residential occupancy. We have not, because it applies to every property, we have not had consultation with individual associations. However, we received some very valued comments this evening from ACORN. We have had individual discussions with members of some of these agencies, but not at a public participation meeting. So very valued comments from Lifespan, ACORN, Neighborhood Legal Services, LPMA, LDI. The Civic Administration would at this point support a referral back to staff so we can continue some of these consultations. With respect, Mr. Chair, to several occupants of buildings, some provided their address, some did not. I could say that I have some information on some of these complaints. Some complaints have been very recently received. I don't know if all of these properties have actually entered complaints with the city. So I would suggest for all of those comments that they email enforcement@london.ca, reference that they were at the PPM, and either myself, Wade Jeffrey, or another manager will get back to them and update them on their complaint if they've made one previously or on the process of initiating a complaint. Thank you.
Okay, I've got a number of other questions here, so I'm going to ask if you can to try and keep it as focused as possible. And I do realize we're walking a pretty fine line in terms of our role as counselors in enforcement matters, especially active enforcement matters. I would just caution everybody that that's a difficult thing that we're dealing with here in tonight's discussion. We're really talking about what the rules are and how enforcement should proceed in general and not about specific issues, although that is a very difficult thing to not engage with directly. So in terms of the enforcement process, Mr. Katolik, a lot of the commentary was around how enforcement happens, how complaints can be initiated, the timelines associated with notifying the property owners, seeing if they have done things, following up with orders and inspections. And I wonder if just at a high level, you could talk about how complaints are initiated, about the exterior buildings or properties, the interior, whether they can be initiated by the tenants, the community, partner agencies, sort of the overall approach to enforcing property standards, because I think that came up in a number of comments. I think there's an area there of concern, and I think it's probably helpful if you just address it directly.
Yes, Mr. Chair. External property complaints can be submitted to the city by tenants, by neighbors, by partner agencies, by partner enforcement agencies. And the process for that is that we inspect, verify that the complaint is valid, and then we issue orders. And we have a number of enforcement tools that we could employ, including undertaking works on the property at the property owner's expense. With respect to internal property standard matters, there is a requirement to notify the landlord in writing to provide them an opportunity to fix whatever the issue is with the internal part of the occupancy. After, say, 2 weeks, nothing is done, we ask that that letter be forwarded to the city, and that's where we go and inspect. And we also have a number of tools, enforcement tools that we can engage to seek compliance. I should say, Mr. Chair, that within the pandemic, we are not going into occupied premises, and that's for the safety of our staff. So neither ourselves or fire inspectors that we work very closely with are going into occupied premises, except for extreme life safety issues. The process, we are not recommending that the process be changed in any way. We're still going to follow both internal and external property standard matters the way we have been for many years. And the only enforcement tool that is an additional tool that we don't have currently is the use of AMPS. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Katolik. I just wonder if you could address the difference between properties that might be rental licensed and the inspections that would happen as part of the licensing regime compared to other properties. As you say, the property standards bylaw applies to all kinds of properties and the rental licensing bylaw only applies to some. Just what happens with that subset of properties that are rental licensed and how inspections would happen on a proactive basis.
Yes, through the chair, on licensed property, so that refers to singles, duplex, semis, triplex, fourplex, and converted dwellings. Proactive inspections together with our partners at Fire Prevention occur at the application of the rental license. We currently have 6,200 rented properties that are licensed by the city.
Okay, there was a issue came up a couple of times in relation to pests, which is something that's proposed to be changed in the property standards bylaw, the shared enforcement responsibility between the health unit and the city. And I wonder if you could clarify how that's working now and what this change that's proposed to the property standards bylaw would do specifically.
Yes, through the chair, that amendment to the bylaw is simply for clarification because we do get complaints about bed bugs. Just to provide an example of the size of complaints that come in 2019, we received around 3,500 property standard complaints, and out of those, 13 related to bed bugs, cockroaches, and ants. We work very closely with the public health unit. They provide the education and provide some solutions to bed bugs. And if solutions are not achieved through education, then we can employ the similar process that we have with pests. And that is that we require the property owner to submit to us evidence that they have a pest company that has provided services to them for those specific pests.
Okay, those were some of the issues that that I had just listed off as ones that required a response from city staff. Mr. Katolik, is there anything that you had noted down that I missed?
Through the chair, just one item. I could say that we will commit a review of our internal policy on releasing property standard orders. I noted that several of the speakers noted that as being an issue.
Yeah, I think it was the first speaker who brought that up, the access to the orders. Sorry for missing that one. Okay, colleagues, if there was something you had noted down that I missed, feel free to raise it, but I think what we'll do is move into discussion around the proposed amendments which are in front of us. Mr. Katolik has already indicated that he would be supportive of a referral, so there could be a bit more discussion between all the various stakeholders who are involved. Obviously, referral comes with pros and cons. I just looked at committee to see what you'd like to do, both with the property standards bylaw, which is the sort of direct matter that's in front of us that we dealt with at the PPM, but then also the matter we referred to this meeting, which is the letter from Councillors Salee and Kaibaga, which I would actually like to deal with separately, like second, after we decide what we're going to do with the property standards bylaw, if we can. Who wants to go first?
Councillor Salee here.
Go ahead.
I mean, my preference would just be to deal with the letter because I'm not sure what will happen with the referral. So
I don't mind which one we deal with first. I just want to deal with them one at a time.
great. So on that note, would it be possible? I know Councillor Kaibaga is ready to move that motion to set, and then can I second it and then speak on the motion?
Sure, I'll look to Councillor Kaibaga to see if you want to move that.
Yes, I do have some questions though to Mr. Katolik with the referral that he's requesting before we move forward. So maybe we can deal with the other one first, and then we can, I just want to address some comments that were made in the PPM and just get some more questions.
Okay, Councillor Slee, what do you think about that? We'll deal with the property standards bylaw first and then we'll come back.
Sure.
Great. Okay, Councillor Kaibaga, go ahead.
Sorry, is someone going to move that referral or?
You're the first speaker on my list. Councillor Slee is, or Councillor Lewis is next. Go ahead.
Okay, I will wait for this to go by and then ask if someone's willing to move the motion, we can then discuss it once it's moved or seconded.
Yeah, I'm just going through the speakers list and members of the committee can move motions. Mr. Katola can't move motions, so there's no motion for referral on the floor. You're the first speaker on my speakers list. You can pass if you want, and maybe somebody else wants to refer it. Or you can ask your questions.
I don't know how he feels about moving the referral. I mean, it does make sense if there needs to be a little bit more work and consultation. And I think the comments that were made by Lifespin and Acorn are actually very valid. And but I guess my question to Mr. Katolik, given the list of, and we can't discuss this, this is enforcement, something that's still happening. We can't, I know that councils cannot get involved in enforcement matters, but so the list that's on here is quite long, but not long enough. As I've seen that some of the lists that are here are complaints that I have in my email, and there are quite a bit of complaints too that I don't see here. And there were comments made by the public around the fact that a lot of people, one, do not have the information to be able to submit these complaints, and two, they risk eviction. I'm just wondering what are some of the ways that people can continue to engage on this with the proposed bylaw without having to face eviction.
Through the chair, any landlord-tenant issues related to eviction are outside the jurisdiction of municipal law enforcement officers. Our role is simply to receive complaints, investigate complaints, and do the best job that we can in seeking compliance.
Mr. Katolik, I think the question is really about how people can engage with you about what the bylaw changes might be without triggering a problem that they might anticipate in terms of retaliation from a landlord. So how can they get in touch with you about the bylaw?
To get in touch with me, they could email me. That's probably the easiest way of doing this during these times.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think Mr. Katolik maybe didn't understand my question. My question is around what are some of the other ways that people can report an issue without having to trigger an eviction. There were at least 2 people that I've heard in here that faced similar issues, and I have emails and communications from people who do not want to go public with the issues that they're facing with their landlords, given that they're going to be triggering an eviction and it's COVID and it's really difficult to get into another apartment. And the lack of rent control is causing hiked rents, which is really difficult for people to leave the apartments that they're already in. So I'm just wondering, what are the other ways that people can engage into an issue that gives them that protection where they do not have to trigger an eviction?
Through the chair, I'll try to answer that question. Again, we have no jurisdiction in any landlord-tenant issues. And I'll borrow a quote that you hear quite often from our partners at London Police Service. If we don't know, we can't go. So we need to know that there is a problem in Unit 103 at 123 Main Street, for example. And we have a process in place that the unit occupant must notify the landlord first. If nothing happens, they could call us. It's difficult to have an anonymous complaint system because the landlord will know that somebody in that unit complained, because they bylaw is calling that there is an issue within that unit. So once again, we have no jurisdiction in any potential evictions if people make complaints to the city.
Thank you. Another question I had, there were quite a bit of comments around the connection, so the people who are aware and know the system, how to submit a complaint, whether through the city or through enforcement. And there were complaints that it takes a long time. So one of the complaints that I've received, someone who's been in an ongoing issue for 5 years. So are there any comments around why it's taking so much time for the city to react, or what are the possible ways that we can engage with the community to make that process better?
Through the chair, I think the best way we can engage with the community is better advertise the connection with property occupancy of how they could submit complaints to the city via our call center. So you can do it by phone, you can do it by email, and all complaints are investigated. Now, with complaints, we've always said there's two sides to every story. There's the complaint from the occupant, and then there's usually a rebuttal from the property owner. And our job is to navigate through those complaints and enforce the bylaws for compliance as the best we can.
Thank you. So I think perhaps my answer wasn't, my question wasn't fully answered. I'm wondering how, what is the plan to make it better, to make it a better process, to basically have people have access to someone to respond to them when they send an email. This was a complaint that I heard from people that sometimes it takes months before they can even hear back on a specific issue. So perhaps this can be something that will be included in the discussion around how to better communicate and how to have this process be faster. So if someone is experiencing a heat issue, for example, they don't have to wait throughout the entire winter before that's been responded to. My next question would be around the comments that were made. Sorry, I think you did address about the connection or the connecting with the community to respond. So the other comments I want to make, I'll wait till my other motion, because I was looking to see how this was going to be, the protection. So the protection around protecting tenants, to make sure that, how does the property standard include regular inspections? This current one, to make sure that the minimum standards are being met, if it does.
So through the chair, the residential licensing bylaw that applies to a sector of the building types, there are proactive inspections done together with our fire department upon the application of the licensing. We looked at complaints, say over the last 6 years. So we've received around 45,000 complaints, and we do investigate every complaint. Only 7% of those complaints pertains to apartment buildings. So we turned our minds to that when we were making recommendations to previous councils back in 2008 on what sector of the residential market licensing should be applied.
So, sorry, again, Mr. Chair, through you, would that be, well, sorry, I don't think I got that answer for proactive inspections and how they're being done, and if there's a room to improve them, given that this is a complaint that has consistently come back.
So through the chair, we do proactive inspections in some neighborhoods in the city because we identify them through heat maps where we get a lot of complaints. These are not interior inspections. These are exterior yard and lot maintenance inspections. They are mainly done in the near campus neighborhoods that are highly tenanted, and also in sectors in and around the downtown. So those areas are identified by civic administration as proactive inspection areas, strictly for external issues.
That'll be it for me for now.
Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm going to just pick up very briefly first where Councillor Kaya-Vega left off with regard to the proactive inspection of the units that we do the subsection that we do have rental licensing regime for. And I just want to be really clear about this, Mr. Katolik. The proactive inspection is on application only. Once the license is issued, inspection reverts to a complaint-based approach, correct?
Through the chair, correct.
Okay, thank you for that. And I know I might be asking you to comment on something that you may decline to comment on, Mr. Katolik, but I'm going to ask, and I'll allow you to make your judgment either way. But in regard to the retaliation potential, if a tenant does raise a complaint, when that goes to the landlord tenant board, it actually is a provincial offense for a landlord to take punitive action against a tenant raising a complaint, is it not? And I believe there are some pretty significant fines starting at $50,000 for doing that.
Through the chair, I'll respectfully decline, because it is not within our jurisdiction to deal with landlord-tenant issues, and I don't have an answer for that.
Fair enough. I do know that it's under the Residential Tenancies Act, but that is provincial, so completely fair that you can't comment on that, Mr. Katolik. Colleagues, I'm going to propose something here, and I've asked the clerk actually to circulate this to you, because I've been thinking about this as we listen to folks. And so I have two things that I want to mention here. It's not my desire to delay moving ahead with these proposed changes. I think that, for example, adding bed bugs to the list of offenses is something that we need to go ahead and do. And that if we delay doing that, we're really just delaying things for the tenants in terms of their ability to register complaints with us. And I think that moving to the AMP system, where we can start laying, administrative monetary penalty system, so that we can start issuing fines for violations electronically right away, is a good thing to do. I'm not inclined to delay doing that with a referral back. But what I would like to do, in addition to moving ahead with the bylaw proposal tonight, and I've asked the clerk, and this is in your email inboxes now, I'd like to propose an additional motion. And that would be that we direct Civic Administration to report back to a future meeting of this committee with a draft terms of reference to establish a tenant and landlord task force that would include representation from tenants, the London Property Management Association, and other community stakeholders, including but not limited to Lifespin, to develop an action plan that would address concerns about enforcement of property standards, bylaw matters, and health concerns within the city's jurisdiction, including developing educational material to assist individuals with navigating the enforcement process, and also communicating to the province of Ontario with respects to concerns we identify with respect to potential legislative changes and concerns under their jurisdiction. So that's how the motion reads. It is in your inbox. I think we've seen the effectiveness in the last year that task forces can bring for some short-term action. And I think we've heard tonight that there is a need for some ongoing consultation with both tenants and landlords to address the enforcement concerns here, because they are real. And I think that the best way forward for us is to strengthen our property standards bylaws tonight, but also take the additional step of establishing a task force that includes tenants and landlords and community groups like Lifespin, who have given us some really good starting points tonight, and develop a plan. And Councillor Kayabega really hit on a key point that I have in this motion, because I share her concern. There's a lack of educational information to assist individuals trying to navigate what can be a very complicated system. So I think that's a key component of it. So I don't know if I have a seconder for the additional motion or for the task force establishment, but I want to get that on the floor and see if there is, and have some discussion around that.
Happy to second it if I just can ask a question to the chair, just clarify the motion.
Yeah, you're just going to have to wait, Councillor Slee, till the speaker recognizes you. Just put your hand up there, and if I'm not seeing it, feel free.
Yeah, it's been up there for a while.
Interrupt, yeah, thank you. There's a number of people who were putting their hand up there to get my attention. in response to what Councillor Lewis was saying. I'm just going to clarify something with him first, and then I'm going to come to you. And then I saw Councillor Hillier was trying to second. So we got quite the speakers list. Councillor Lewis, what do you want to do with the rental licensing, the property standards bylaw amendments that are in front of us right now? Refer them or pass them?
So to be clear, my hope is that we don't refer them back, that we make a decision on the new property standards that have been proposed tonight, but that we also enhance that with a task force moving forward.
Okay, so we now have three sort of ideas floating around. One is around the property standards bylaw, which is what we had the PPM about. Then we have this motion from Councillor Salee and Councillor Kaibaga. Then we have this third thing that's been raised by Councillor Lewis. So what I would like to do, if we can, is deal with the property standards bylaw changes that are in front of us, then deal with these two other ideas, because like they're all related, but I don't want to get caught up in constantly talking about the next idea and never dealing with the property standards bylaw amendments that are in front of us. So we want to refer them. That's a course of action we can take. If we want to pass them and recommend them to council to be done, great. And if we could do these other two things next right away. I just want to make sure we do it in orderly fashion. And I know that Councillor Lewis has brought up this thing. Rather than get a seconder for that, I want to see if we want to do something with the property standards bylaw amendments right now. Councillor Lewis has moved them. Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Salee, are you seconding?
Correct. It's a direct staff recommendation.
Okay, so let's talk about those bylaw amendments. We'll see what the committee thinks about them, and then we're going to move on to the two items, and we'll deal with Councillor Lewis and Councillor Salee and Councillor Kaibaga's thing first. They brought it up. They put a letter on the agenda. They gave us notice about it at our previous meeting. We'll deal with that. Then we'll go to the Councillor Lewis that brought up, and these things are not really contradictory. Like there's a bunch of things that could be done. So I just want to deal with them in that order if we can. Okay, property standards bylaw amendments that have been proposed. We've had a PPM on them. Any debate on that? It's on the floor. Councillor Salee, are you trying to get on the debate?
Negative.
Okay, sorry, your hand, there we go. Okay, Councillor Lewis, go ahead, and then Councillor Hillier, I'm going to turn the chair to you so I can weigh in. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm going to be really brief. I'm moving the staff recommendation because I think it's a step in the right direction. Is it perfect? No. Is it going to address the concerns of every tenant in the City of London or every landlord in the City of London? No, but it is a step in the right direction in my mind. And moving to the AMP system for the administrative monetary penalties is also an important step for me. So I don't want to delay on that. I'd like to move these forward and then talk about additional steps we can take.
Okay, Councillor Hillier, you've got the chair.
I recognize you, Councillor Helmer.
Thank you. So, colleagues, we've obviously had a lot of really important information shared tonight at the meeting. In terms of the recommendations about property standards bylaw, I'm in agreement with Councillor Lewis. I think going ahead with the changes that are in front of us is a good idea. I was listening carefully to what people were saying specifically about the property standards bylaw, and there doesn't really seem to be a lot of specific objections to any of the changes that are being proposed. Certainly there was a request to have a delay so we could have more consultation, and I will say, although I have some sympathy for that point of view, because I think all the normal consultation mechanisms have been disrupted by the pandemic, which hit basically right after we had this report last year. And it's made things more difficult, and I think it's hard to engage in some of these discussions as we would have in the past. I do have some sympathy for that, but also these issues have been going on for quite some time, and the changes are slow moving and they need to be made quickly. So I actually think these changes are quite good. And basically we previewed all of these changes in a report a full year ago. And anyone who's interested in this topic can look at that report and they see what the changes are. And I mean, there's a bit more detail now in the report we have in front of us, but it's pretty much the same things that were proposed 12 months ago. So I think there's been plenty of notice around what is being proposed. And I think we can go ahead with those changes. If we want to have more discussions about additional things, I think we should, because I think even just in tonight's PPM, we see the full range of issues and opportunities where things could be improved. So I think that probably we do have to take on either one or both of these things that are being discussed by other councillors and members of the committee. But on the specific changes, I hope we can pass those recommend them to council, and then move on with the changes to that bylaw, even if we're revisiting it in, say, 2 or 3 more months with some more changes that we have come up with through further consultation, because I don't think this is the end of improvements to the property standards bylaw.
I have no other speakers. I return the chair to you.
Any other speakers on this part, which is recommending those changes to council? Okay, I don't see any. Oh, Councillor Kaibaga, go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Chair. I also wanted to say that I wouldn't support a motion for referral just for that reason, as it would take a while. I mean, this has been, we've been waiting for this since 2019, and the pandemic has been a huge barrier to complete this work. So I wouldn't want to see all of this backed up again, and we don't necessarily know when we're going to be able to convene how we were convening before. So even the engagement would be really difficult. So I do like that we also have the third option that Councillor Lewis was proposing, that we can discuss and revise how we can include some of the comments that were made by the public, understanding that COVID has been a barrier to connect and to be able to do the consultations. Although it is a really important piece, I'm happy to see this move forward.
Any further speakers? Okay, don't see any. So I'm just going to open up the vote on that part of the motion, and we'll have subsequent parts we can deal with afterwards. Okay, just make sure you're clear about what's being voted on. This is the proposed bylaws to come forward at the council meeting. So this is the staff recommendation, and we can add part D and E if you want to add things after this. Okay.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go to Councillor Kaibaga, who was the mover of this motion that was circulated away in advance. I'm going to turn to her. She wants to put that on the floor, and then I know it's seconded by Councillor Salee. I'll let him do that, and then we'll get into debate on that. Go ahead, Councillor Kaibaga.
Thank you. And just before I start with my motion, I just wanted to make some changes within the articles, that the points that are in the motion. I wanted to switch C. I think C would fit with what we're going to talk about next after this specific motion. However, I wanted to replace C with the motion, replace it with establishing a complaint report system that is accessible to tenants. If the clerk could help with just replacing C, and then wanted to introduce my motion. As we're aware that CP 19 does not include licensing for rental units, stacked townhouses and townhouses. I move this motion that council supports this, that we get a report back from staff. Same way we're going to get staff to continue to review how to have better property standards that actually protect the rights of the tenants. The complaints and the issues that we experienced this COVID were a lot. I've spoken to a lot of people who reached out to me, and they're across the cities, not just in the downtown. And I am aware that this does not apply to every single landlord in the city. There was nowhere in our communication that we mentioned that. We're just trying to address an issue, and the issue is not about landlords, is specifically about tenants, and giving the rights to tenants to have safer environments to live in. And whether it be one landlord who is addressing more than one tenant, we cannot pretend that the issue is not there. And as we have heard, even in our public participation meeting, there are a lot of people who are facing these issues who do not even have the capacity to be able to advocate for themselves, as some people who can have expressed that they are able to find those avenues, which is great. But we want to be able to support Londoners who, one, may not have the opportunity, may not have the resources, the time, and the information on how to do that. One of the complaints that I heard a lot was that even filing a complaint through the city regarding inspections or basic maintenance in the specific unit, it takes forever. It takes forever. And that was my question that I was asking Mr. Katolik, to try and get some information on how do they address that, and how do we actually solve the wait list. So I spoke to people who have had these issues for 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. I spoke to people who were afraid to bring forward the issues because they risk eviction. I spoke to people who have been evicted because they filed a complaint on something so small, such as my window is not closing properly. And once there was a complaint and a formal complaint made, then they're moving towards getting evicted. I've spoken to people who have been evicted. So again, this isn't an issue that is this is not to address a landlord issue, it's to address the tenant rights that are not being respected and the protection that they need. There needs to be a better proactive inspection system. So this is what this motion really seeks to do, and to get a report from staff. I do like the idea that Councillor Lewis proposed of having even a board where tenants are actually specifically there and being heard. But currently, the systems that we have in place right now, as I heard people say that we do have sufficient systems to be able to respond to this issue, are actually not working, since we continue to see an increase in complaints. So I decided from hearing both sides of the story today, and in the public participation, the questions that I've asked staff, I stand on my motion, and I hope that council will support that we get a report on how all of this could work together.
Councillor Slee, I'm just assuming you're seconding that, but do you have anything to say to that as well?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I wanted to thank Councillor Kayavaga and the community and the various stakeholders, and LDI and LPMA for sharing their perspectives here today. It's always helpful, and I know in the past, in the last term of council, they were very engaged in some discussions around this. I just did want to point out to LDI, Councillor Kayavaga did kind of allude to it, but really when they were talking about an opportunity to consult and talk on specifically. We're talking about the motion that's brought forward by myself and Councillor Kayavaga, an opportunity for them to consult and to share their perspective. So today was the first step in that. And the direction that was set out today is for civic administration to be directed to come back with a report that tries to address those three things that we're hoping to tackle. So I want them to know that's very clear in the letter that was sent from us, myself and Councillor Kayavaga. So I just wanted to point that out to them. And I know also LDI did mention that there's a lot of great landlords, and a lot of them operated, if I heard them correctly, a lot of them operated from people who are from London and Londoners. And for me, it doesn't matter where the person is based out of, but I can tell you, there's many landlords who own buildings in my ward and in this city, from Western Canada, Guelph, GTA, and the list is quite long. But it shouldn't matter where they are. The point is that I've had the opportunity to go to every single building in my ward at least 5 to 7 times. So I've seen firsthand the great work, and I've seen a lot of the negative, and I've seen some of the gaps and some of the concerns. And one thing that I guess will probably form into a question, and I feel as if I already know the answer, and council will remember in the past that I've raised motions to better fund bylaw enforcement because of these property standard issues and because of noise complaints and because things like that in the past. And initially council didn't support the full ask that I had in the first term, but then we got a little bit further ahead. And I want to ask sorry for the quick promotion there, Mr. Katolik. But if Mr. Katolik could kind of tell us how do we have enough resources to address the number of complaints that are coming in relation to this? And I know that's kind of a budgetary ask, but I think it's important because I think what I heard today was some people having concerns with delays. And from my experience with our communications in the past, sometimes it has to do with resources and having enough bylaw officials to respond to the amount of asks and complaints that are coming from the community. And your team obviously addresses quite a number of bylaw issues. So if I can ask through the chair that question.
Yes, through the chair, I believe we do have an adequate number of officers on staff currently to address complaints. However, I should say that if we did introduce a licensing regime that looked at all rental properties, there would be a dramatic ask for additional officers if we are going proactive enforcement for property standards in relation to rental licensing. I'm a bit surprised about a wait list because we do not have a wait list. However, the realities of the pandemic over the last year has impacted interior inspections, both in partnership with fire prevention of occupied premises.
Councillor Slate.
And thank you to the chair, Mr. Cotola, for that answer. That's very helpful. And I think, if this motion is to pass, I think some of that feedback in your report will be helpful for council to obviously make their final determination. I mean, I've been consistent for the past 6 years. You know where I stand on better funding those resources that are needed in that area, because my ward, as you know, we have a lot of challenges with property standards historically and still to date. And so there continues to be work that's needed. So colleagues, I encourage you to support this. I think, nothing is being acted on today. We're hoping to get a report back that will allow us to move in a direction that will advocate and will support tenants. I think there's a lot of landlords that do a lot of good, but at the same time, there's instances and there's occasions too often that negatively impact people. And we have a responsibility to protect residents in London. And so I wholeheartedly support the motion here before us today.
I got Councillor Lewis next, and let me know if you want to be on the list. I do see we have some guests at the committee, and just raise your hands on the Zoom if you want to weigh in. Go ahead, Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And through you, I've got some questions for our staff that I'm hoping they might have at least some guesstimate numbers for, or some input for us on. If we were to pursue, and this one is sort of the problematic piece for me here, do we have an idea of how many additional units? You referenced about 6,200 units in the city that are licensed right now. If we were to go to the multi-residential units, do we have a rough idea how many additional units we would be talking about licensing in the City of London?
Yes, through the chair, that's a very good question, and it takes me back to a report that we did in 2008, where we provided council options on residential licensing, and one of the options was to license all the units. Back then, there was 54,000 rental units, and we indicated to council that it would take 21 years based on 2 inspectors to proactively inspect all those units. If we were to add today rentals in towns and apartment buildings, that number, according to CMHC, is 47,000 rental units. If we were to inspect those units within a 1-year time period, we would be looking at hiring an additional 37 officers.
I know that I might be sort of asking out of left field, and you may not have this available, but I certainly don't know what the average cost is. But if we just multiplied that by the number of officers, do we have a rough idea of what the cost would be?
Through the chair, the cost would be in the area of around $3 million. Then it would be additional capital costs for vehicles and supplies. Recognizing that licensing fees would offset some of these additional costs.
Well, and that was
also be administrative costs with respect to processing the applications.
Thanks. I was actually thinking about the enforcement piece, but I appreciate the additional administration cost as well. I do have maybe 2 additional questions for you on this. That's certainly one part of it, but when we're talking about the cost and licensing fees, perhaps rebating some of that cost, it was raised in the public participation meeting tonight, but my understanding is we would not have any tools to do this. Our authority would not give us any power to prevent landlords from passing that cost on to tenants. Is that correct?
Through the chair, I do not have information on what can and can't be passed on to tenants, as that is a landlord-tenant issue, which I'm not an expert on.
Okay, thanks. I appreciate that. And that might be something that we need to hear back in the report. I guess the final question I have on this is, in terms of our licensing regime right now, and if we were to expand it out, does living in a licensed unit, something that we've licensed through the City of London's bylaw process, does that change in any way the rights and obligations for either tenants or landlords in terms of their ability to, make complaints to the landlord tenant board and provincial jurisdiction? And again, I know I'm asking about something that's not entirely our domain, but does our bylaw change anything with regard to the landlord tenant board that you're aware of?
Through the chair, no, irrespective of whether a property is licensed under rental licensing or a commercial or industrial property is licensed under business licensing, the property owners and occupants have the same ability to issue complaints to the city that we will investigate each and every complaint. With respect to what they can and can't do with the rental tribunal, I do not have an answer for that.
So I guess my final question then for you, Mr. Katolik, and then I'll yield to other members who may have some additional questions on this one. And I'm glad to hear that, you have an existing report. It's outdated, but nonetheless, it's there. Do you have a sense of what the timeline would be in terms of committee cycles to come back with us on a report for this? Are we talking about something that you can update and bring back to us in a couple of cycles? Are we talking about something that we won't see till next year? Any sort of thoughts on what the rough timeline might be?
So through the chair, our plate is pretty full with reports. We're coming back with some additional reports shortly. I'm in the committee's hands. Some other reports might get delayed if we're going to do a full out analysis of this, because we very much have to focus on finances and return on investment of hiring so many officers in an additional period to do proactive enforcement. We could report back in Q4 of this year.
Okay, anybody else? Okay, I don't see anybody else, although I do see it. Okay. Is that a guest? Oh, there we go. Councillor Van Holst, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and my thanks to the committee too. I think the committee's done some good work. I like that we've allowed some flexibility in how we approach this and are just looking for a report from staff. I don't think we'll be able to, or it would even be a good idea to inspect every property. We would be spending over $3 million before we killed one cockroach. And so we want to, I think that our goal is to be able to have a quicker and a more effective resolution for the problems that we hear without having to take on all the work of the provincial government. So I'm sure that we'll be able to come up with something that provides a more effective response for our residents, and I look forward to how we arrive at that. Thank you.
Any other discussion, colleagues? I did want to say I saw somebody who was a participant in the public part of the meeting, the PPM, raising their hand. So there's no back and forth. Unfortunately, we closed the PPM. So if you're looking to speak, that's not going to happen unless we have a public meeting, but you're certainly welcome to email your feedback to councillors if you wanted to share something. Any other comments, colleagues? If not, I'm going to turn the chair to Councillor Hillier, so I can just weigh in briefly.
I recognize Councillor Helmer.
Thanks very much. So colleagues, I'm definitely going to support getting a report on this. It clearly is a very significant increase in resources and the scope of the rental licensing bylaw. And so I think we have to go into that report with our eyes wide open about what the potential could be. But I do think that licensing, especially the really high density buildings, is quite different than licensing some of the other kinds of structures where people are living. And I would say that generally speaking, in my experience, I have a lot of high density buildings in my ward, is, you know, you could go into a couple of units and you'd probably have a pretty good sense of how the rest of the units are and what the standards are for the landlord and the kind of issues that are going on in the building. I don't actually think that inspecting every single unit is necessary to identify areas where you might have concerns, or some of these problems that are experienced by multiple tenants. You know, they're not always limited to one unit, and they can spread and cause serious problems, as we've heard tonight, just a small sampling of some of the issues that can come up. And I think the key thing that I'm taking away from the feedback, in particular from tenants, is that the burden right now is on tenants to identify the issues, to talk to their landlords, try and get them resolved. And a lot of the work is on the tenants right now. And we have a lot of renters in the City of London. You know, 40% of Londoners are renting. That is not the case in every city. You know, a lot of cities have a lot smaller renter populations. We have a very large group of people in London who are renting. So of course, the scope of expanding it to cover the higher density buildings, it's going to be a big increase in resources. But I think we can do it in a way that is very cost efficient. You know, I don't think necessarily that all buildings are going to require the same level of inspection. If you've had a really great record and you're doing fine, you know, probably you could be on a different kind of frequency than somebody who's having repeated problems and lots of issues over and over and over again, which is, I think, anecdotally what we would think is going on out there in the community. There are some very problematic landlords who have very low standards and generate a lot of problems. And then there are lots of great landlords who keep their properties up in a really great condition. And when there are problems, they fix them promptly. There's a whole range, just like any area of business, there's a whole range of really great performers and not so great performers. And we have to design an enforcement regime around property standards that's going to be effective, and a licensing regime that's also going to be effective in achieving that consumer protection for people, making sure that there's a decent standard of living out there for people, no matter what kind of building they're renting in. And I do generally share the view that in a lot of the higher density buildings, there are very few problems. Generally speaking, the more expensive it is to rent there, the fewer problems there are. And that's because the people who can pay the higher rents, they also have the resources to use all these enforcement mechanisms. And they can go toe to toe with landlords, and they're not at a disadvantage. And what we've heard tonight is a lot of people coming from it from a perspective of being relatively low income or moderate income, navigating that whole system, going to something like the Landlord Tenant Board. These are very time consuming and sometimes expensive processes that are out of reach for many people. And so I think we have to come up with an enforcement regime, a licensing regime that's going to work for the vast majority of people who are renting, and not just a small group of people who is sort of like the biggest problems. And what we've done with the rental licensing right now is kind of focusing in on areas where we expect there to be a lot of conflict and a lot of issues. And so I think that was actually a smart initial step, but I think expanding it, there's merit, and I think we have to discuss how to do that. I think the full-on cost of $3 million a year for all these people is too much, and I don't think we actually need that to accomplish what we're talking about, and there's a big spectrum between what we're doing now and all of these buildings, every unit, every year. And so I hope that Mr. Katolik, when they come forward with some options around at a high level what the financial impact might be, that he keeps that in mind, that there's different ways of approaching it. It doesn't have to be all or nothing, and perhaps a different frequency for the really high density buildings. We have 200 units or 300 units in a building would be different than 5 units here and 10 units there. So those are my comments. I think getting a report on it is a good idea. I think we have to understand that it's going to be a significant change. And I think Councillor Salee and Councillor Kaibag are onto something when they brought this forward. I think it's needed.
I have no other speakers. I return the chair.
Okay, I see Councillor Lewis. To see if there's anybody else. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've spoken a lot on this, so I'm going to be really brief. I don't have a problem with getting the staff report back. And I think that Part C that Councillor Kayabaga removed, I hope we talk about that in the next piece. But I think that one of the things I just want to share before we move on this, we're getting a report is fine. If we do get something back that's in that 3 million range, that's 0.5% on our property tax rate, which to me would be concerning because I know we're going to have some problems in the next budget cycle. I think I'm not sure that the province is going to help us as much with COVID as we might like. I think that the other piece here that's a little bit concerning to me, because I read this in a submission today, and I did do, and I'm always cautious of the Dr. Google problem, but I did do some quick Googling. It does seem to me that under the Residential Tenancies Act, landlords can apply for an above guideline rent increase under Section 129 that allows them to pass on any municipal charges to the tenants. So I'm really, really cautious of whether it landed on our property tax rate or whether it landed on, because renters still pay property taxes through their rent. I know there's a bit of a narrative out there that they don't, but renters do pay property taxes. They just pay it through their rent. But whether it was passed on by the landlord through rental increases or whether it was passed on through the city by property taxes, I did check, and the communication from Cohen Hiley law firm this afternoon that we received that indicates there have been landlords in Waterloo that successfully secured a 6.8% rent increase because of the licensing regime that Waterloo brought in. That's a concern to me. We do have an affordability issue in London. I think we all know that. And if we create a situation where we're going to pass on increases like that to tenants, that would be an absolute no for me. But I think that giving our staff an opportunity to create a report, update information that they have from past reports and let us know what this might look like is a perfectly reasonable request to make of them. So I'll support this, and we'll see what staff comes back with.
Okay, that's the end of the speakers list that I've got on this part for our discussion. Councillor Kayabaga, go ahead. Councillor Kayabaga, you're muted, sorry.
I realize I'm muted. Thank you. I do appreciate the comments that my colleagues have made, and I just want to thank Councillor Salih for the support, seconding the motion, and the great conversation that we've had with my colleagues. I also just wanted to add, I know that we're sending it back to staff for a report. I think it's important that, given what we've heard from the public today, that they do engage the different groups that are already doing this work, groups like Lifespin and Acorn, to make sure, and also they engage with the landlord board association, so that they can have, so we can get kind of a holistic report and get kind of the feedback from everyone and not just from one specific avenue. It's important. And I do understand the concerns that my colleagues have going into this. I look forward to seeing what the report is going to look like. And I'm hoping that it's going to be also informed on the issues that we're actually talking about, which is an issue to provide protection for tenants. So thank you for this conversation. It's been very informative, and thank you to the public for engaging on this as well. It's been informational for us to hear what's actually happening, given that we are a city that has a lot of renters. So thanks for the discussion.
Okay, we're going to open up the vote on this one. It's been moved by Councillor Kayabaga and seconded by Councillor Salih. This is to get a report back on expanding the rental unit licensing bylaw. You'll notice that Part C is changed but not removed. Okay.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Okay, that brings us to the other item that to talk about some of these issues in greater detail. I'm going to go back to him to see how he'd like to proceed with that. Then I'll look to see if there's a seconder, then we can have discussion on that idea. Just to give a heads up, I know there's a whole other PPM that's coming up after this. It is my intention to take a small break after we get done with the rental licensing discussion, and then to reconvene probably about 5 or 10 minutes after that to start in on the towing discussion. So we'll see what committee thinks about that, but that's my intention. Okay, Councillor Lewis.
Well, I will say right off the top, Councillor Helmer, that I will support a brief break so that I can get a beverage to, I've talked a lot, so I wouldn't mind something to wet my whistle. But people have the language now that's been circulated by the clerk. I don't think I need to say much more than this. I think a task force moving forward that involves both tenants and landlords and community stakeholders is going to at least provide us some ideas and opportunities to address some of the issues that we hear continue to be a concern. It might be a timing concern. It might be concerns that we actually have to forward to the province, but I think that this motion covers sort of all of those bases and gives us a chance to continue the conversation, because what we heard from folks tonight is there are problems out there, and some of them might not be in our control. We heard that from our staff, but by getting the problems identified, then we can start to work on solutions. And so that's what I'm hoping we can do by engaging the community with this.
Okay, seconder for that idea? Councillor Hillier, okay. Discussion on the idea of setting up some kind of task force. Councillor Kayabaka.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, I just wanted to ask the mover if they would be interested in, I think he alluded to that in the past motion, that the C part that we removed from the other motion could perhaps be entertained in this motion, figuring out a way to come up with some sort of system where tenants can report without the fear of being evicted. And it's something that I think Councillor Lewis had also mentioned that it's a concern, and we also heard that that's a concern for people who step up and file formal complaints. They often face eviction. So I'm just wondering if this is something that the mover would be willing to include in his motion.
I certainly see a discussion with the task force to include accessible ways of reporting, and I'm always a little hesitant around the word anonymous because I'm aware of the social media sort of keyboard warriors, but I think private reporting where the privacy is respected to some degree is I think what everyone is ultimately striving for. So there's a layer of protection there. So I think that can certainly be part of the discussion with the task force. I don't see that as contrary in any way. I see it as a very friendly addition to this.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I was careful with the words I used. So does that mean that this is the clerk is adding this into the motion, or can we get
the language in part C has already been passed by committee in the last motion we just dealt with. So it says establish a complaint reporting system that is accessible to tenants. That's what I pointed out when I said C has been changed but not removed. So that's going to council. I think the language around the task force is broad enough that I would interpret it to include something like this. So I don't think anything needs to change necessarily.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other discussion on the idea of a task force? Councillor Slee.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank Councillor Lewis for bringing this forward. I think it's a step in the right direction. I'm glad to hear that members of the tenants community will have an opportunity to weigh in, bring their perspective forward. So I'll just be brief and wrap it up and say thanks again.
Okay, that's the last speaker on the list. Let's open it up for a vote.
Counselor Kayabага. Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Okay, that brings us to item 3.4, colleagues. My count here is that there's at least 4 people on the list, 5 people on the list who want to weigh in. We've been at it now for 3 hours and 40 minutes, and I know many of them have been waiting the entire time. So we apologize. I was going to start no earlier than 5 o'clock. Here we are at 7:40. But I do think a 5-minute break is in everyone's best interest. If there's a motion to recess for 5 minutes, I'd entertain it. Councillor Hillier, seconder. Councillor Lewis. Okay, let's open that up for a vote by a hand. All those in favor?
In favor.
That's carried. Okay, so we'll see you at 7:45. Thanks, everyone. to return, and then we're gonna get underway. It's now 7:46, so we'll get started pretty soon. Okay, I'm going to call the meeting back to order, just recognizing that one of our members will be back with us just momentarily, I think. What we're going to do is we're going to move on to the public participation meeting about the tow truck business and impound yard storage business license bylaw amendment. And I know there are a lot of issues involved in this particular proposed set of changes. As much as I can, I'm going to encourage people to stay focused in on the licensing bylaw amendments themselves. There is a very helpful summary of the 6 staff recommendations, sort of at a high level, about what is being proposed. I know that there's going to be a lot of other issues that people want to bring up, and that's fine. I just think the more specific feedback we get about what's actually in front of us, the more helpful it will be to the committee. So the way we're going to proceed is we're going to have a brief presentation from either Mr. Katolik or Ms. Musico about the proposed amendments. We're going to have any clarifying questions from councilors just to get some details about something that might not be clear. Then we're going to open it up to members of the public to weigh in for up to 5 minutes. So anyone who is in the committee rooms or is online on the Zoom who wants to weigh in can do so for up to 5 minutes. Just give us your name and your address, and then you can give us your feedback. And then we'll answer questions that come up. And then the committee's going to have a discussion, much like we just did and you sat through around the rental discussion. It may not be as long, but it might go for a while. So I'm going to go to Mr. Katolik or Ms. Musico to just give an overview of what's proposed in these amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nicole Musico will provide a short high-level presentation.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you through the chair, and good evening to everyone listening in, committee, staff, and members of the public. Tonight, I will be presenting staff's recommendation to add tow truck business and impound yard storage to the business licensing bylaw. I would like to also kindly mention that the report in front of us this evening is not about the existing London Police Services towing contract, as it is not within the scope of council's direction for this review. I will just start with providing a little bit of a background here. So in early 2019, staff was requested to consult with the towing industry and enforcement agencies and report back whether a new tow truck bylaw was required, mainly to address tow truck solicitation at accident scenes. In September 2019, staff prepared a report containing information on consultations and municipal research, where staff were further directed by council to prepare a bylaw amendment for discussion at a future public participation meeting. At the end of 2019, staff presented a bylaw to licensed tow truck operators. This also included a regulation prohibiting tow trucks from parking, stopping, or standing within 200 meters of an accident. Council referred this report back to staff for further consultation with the industry and London Police Services. So in terms of consultation over the past year, staff have met with enforcement agencies and insurance companies, all of which agreed that towing solicitation at accident scenes has become a growing concern. There's been numerous consultations also had with the towing industry. The predominant issue raised by the industry is the London Police Services contract. However, valued discussions have also taken place regarding the proposed 200-meter accident radius regulation. So what has brought us here this evening? Over the last few years, there has been an increased concern with tow truck solicitation at accident scenes. Most towing situations are typically extremely challenging for customers, placing them in vulnerable positions. And in some cases, the customer have been prone to unethical practices, such as excessive towing bills or missing vehicles after the car has been towed. I would also like to mention that just today, the province announced that they are taking action to improve provincial oversight of the towing sector by launching a pilot program that would begin this summer, with main focus on enhancing standards for improving the safety for towing and the storage sector. That being said, staff are mindful that if the proposed bylaw is approved, and if the province proceeds with implementing the storage and towing regulations, that we may have to revisit this proposal. I will now quickly cover staff's recommendations contained within the report. First is to license tow truck businesses, where at the time of application, the applicant must identify the licensed storage yard within the boundaries of the City of London. The second is to implement a regulation attached to this from an accident scene for 200 meters that would require tow truck operators to follow the direction of first responders. This exact regulation is contained in sections 3.3 and 3.4 for your reference. We are also looking to license impound yard storage businesses to ensure that once a vehicle has been towed, that it is transported to a regulated facility within city limits. Staff are also looking to establish administrative maximum towing rates and administrative maximum storage fees. So both these rates and fees would be administratively established if the bylaw is passed, and will also be consistent with the current London Police Services towing and storage fee structure. We are also looking to recommend associated administrative monetary penalties, which were contained in the report. I would also like to mention that there is a friendly amendment in section 3.3 of the report. The word safely has been removed. In conclusion, based on numerous consultations, staff is of the opinion that an amendment to introduce tow truck business and impound yard storage would help to address towing solicitation at accident scenes. The proposed amendments are consistent with the Highway Traffic Act, and the bylaw would be enforced by municipal law enforcement staff and the London Police Services. Staff understand that there is no regulation that will ultimately stop chasing, but the regulations contained within this amendment will certainly curtail chasing, as first responders will be able to deal with solicitation at these accident scenes. And all drivers will also be required to submit a police record check and MTO driver's abstracts as part of the tow truck business registry requirements. If tow trucks are caught racing to an accident scene, they could possibly be charged upon conviction, and or their business license could also be revoked or suspended. Ultimately, the municipal purpose of adding these two new classes of business licensing is public health, safety, and consumer protection. Given that we are dealing with accident occurrences, we also have members of London Police Services and the fire department present to answer any related questions, as they have also participated in the development of these regulations. Thank you very much for your time this evening.
Thanks very much. I'm just going to go to committee members to see if there's any questions, very brief questions. We want to clarify something that's not clear right now. Otherwise, I'd like to go to the members of the public who have been very patiently waiting to weigh in on these amendments. Okay, I don't see any questions. We certainly can come to them after the PPM. So I'm just going to start with the folks who are in the room, I think in committee room 1 and 2, after we open the PPM. Thank you, clerks. Councillor Lewis is moving it. Seconder. Want everyone all at once? One sec. There we go. Councillor Hillier. Okay, we're going to open the vote for that, and then we're going to come to you, sir, just at the mic.
Councillor Helmer is gonna let you know what.
Councillor Kayabaga. Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Okay, so we're going to come to committee room. I'll start with you, sir. So just introduce yourself. You got up to 5 minutes. I'll keep the time. And when you get around 4 minutes and 30 seconds, I'll give you a wave or a heads up, and you'll need to wrap up. Okay, go ahead.
My name's Dwayne Cameron from Clark's Sturdy's Towing. The address too? Do you want my?
If you're comfortable.
Yeah, 3469 Rose Street. So I'd like to point out, chasing has been an ongoing factor for many years, since the RFP and way before the RFP even came out. The difference is now that one company has a contract and wants all the towing within the city for themselves. It has been an unfair system for many years since the RFP was changed, since 2017. However, numerous times you guys have stated the RFP, you guys have nothing to do with the RFP, but the bylaw is in place. You guys want to put the bylaw in place because of this RFP. Before we had a different system, it worked. There were some flaws, but it worked. Our company is for the bylaw, but with amendments to it. This created an unfair system and continues a monopoly by one company. We agree that there is some price structure has to be amended. We agreed to a certain price structure, but we are against the price gouging of the citizens of London. Will a customer still have to request a company before the contract holder gets the call? Will the police still be able to insist on using the contract holder even if the customer has a preferred company? It is happening now where they are even asked, the police just call in the contract holder. What are the requirements for the police background check? What are the fees for licensing? Will be per driver, per truck, for the company? If per company, will the fees be based on the truck or overall fee? What are the requirements for the compound? Will the police not have to be on scene to ask drivers if they have made their own towing arrangements? What if they are called to an accident seen by the owner or driver of the vehicle? 2-car accident, you arrive on scene, but there are already 2 trucks on scene. Would they get a ticket even though you were called for it? What is it considered an accident? For instance, truck goes in the ditch, car goes in the ditch, no damage. Is that classified as an accident? Used to be classified as an accident, you get an occurrence number. And very recently, there was a call on the highway that the OPP, even though it's not part of the city, just happened in London on the 401 in Highbury. Dump truck, got in an accident, spilled its load all over the place. The company never even got called for it. The OPP automatically called Ross Towing, and they went there, which is wrong. Once we got involved, we called the company. They insisted that we do the call, and we did the call. The company was really, really upset, pissed, yelling at the OPP and everything, and it's wrong. And you have affidavits from a former employee insisted that they still chase. And you want to come back chasing, they are the biggest perpetrators of it all. You got an affidavit, you got letters, you got documentation to prove that. And I think it's wrong. Thank you.
Okay, that's the first speaker, and I'm just going to say this hopefully just one time, and I know that there's a lot of strong feelings about how other people in the industry might be behaving, what they do or don't do, and certainly some discussion of those things is appropriate. But what I'd like to avoid is, straight up allegations that people are doing things that are wrong. This is just not the forum for that. If you've got complaints about the behavior of particular people, if they're, criminal complaints, you should take them to the police. If there are complaints about people breaking bylaws, you should take them to enforcement. But we're dealing with changes to the licensing regime right now. And so to a certain extent, I'm okay with, people talking about the behavior of other companies, but I want to just keep it as civil as we possibly can and as focused on the bylaw and the licensing changes that are being proposed as we can. I will say, I don't know if this is a good thing or not, but I think I'm the only person who's on the committee who is also on the police board. So, you can at least talk to me about the police contract, not in this meeting, but generally. And that is something we deal with over at the Police Services Board. Okay, I'm gonna go to the next person. I think there's another person in that committee room. You go ahead, sir. I can go ahead. Yep, just introduce yourself. You got 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay,
Thank you for having me here. My name is Fadi Ibrahim. I'm the owner of Low Price Towing in London. We all know that part of the meeting today, because people, they are chasing, I am with the city 100% against any of chasing. But we've been telling everyone in this meeting and before other meetings that people, they are chasing because they are trying to make an honest living. I am with the city against any people that they gouging and put pressure at the citizen, that it should be no. I am with the city 100%, and I'm so glad that they come in with a pricing list. This way, every tow truck company in the city of London, they should charge same the others. And the other thing, what I need to say, citizens, they do have the right to choose with who they're gonna go with. I am against the idea that the police officer call a tow truck company to the scene without he even sometimes at the scene. And sometimes he doesn't even ask the citizen. You as a police officer, you should ask the citizen after you ask them about their condition of their life, if they already called for a tow truck company or not. And if they say yes, then awesome. If they say not, that time he will call for a tow truck company after the citizen agreed with him. 2 days ago, actually, no, 3 days ago at Dundas and Clark, there is an accident happened. I was at the scene, across from McDonald by the TD Canada Trust. The customer, he's a manager at Chrysler Dodge Jeep at Automall Dundas East. He chose to go with me because he know me. The officer attended to the scene. He said, I don't need nobody at the scene other than Ross Towing. It is my scene. I need everything to go with Ross. I said, officer, that it shouldn't be happen like that. The lady right away, she stopped the officer and she said, sir, we're not gonna go with Ross, we're gonna go with Low Price Towing because we had an incident. We had an incident that it is our vehicle, it's been stolen before, and we asked them today release it to us. And a Friday, they didn't release it. We ended Monday paying $600. And after that, the police went to the ambulance, tried to brainwash the citizen, and he said no. He had a high blood pressure, and he said no, I'm going with Low Price Towing. So, and after that, he gave me the car. We don't need that to happen. We don't need to burn bridges between us as a tow truck operator and the police department, as we are part of the city, and we all should work together as a one community, one unit. But we need a fair system, and this is what we're hoping from you to do. The only thing we asking, a fair system. We are with you with licensing. We are with you with putting one price list, and anything like that, we support you because we need the law. We need everybody to follow the law, include us. Okay. But you know what? We're not getting it treated equally, and everything is going to one company only, and that it shouldn't be like that. Yes, there is people they are chasing, but the reason why people they are chasing, because they're trying to make an honest living. The problem, because there is no rotation. We need a fair rotation, fair system, and everybody should follow the law and the rules. And anyone that doesn't follow the law and the rules, bad. He will be the one who is be in trouble, not somebody else. We shouldn't be abreast with the same brush. As a professional, as we know our job, and we've been in the towing business for more than 20 years, we fully licensed, we have compound, we have all the one you need. And we support you, but we need something from you to support us. You asking us for licensing, you asking us for more paperwork, more money, more expense. That's in a top of what we are facing right now with coronavirus. We need something from the city to tell us, you know what? We need from you 1, 2, 3, but we are giving you 1, 2, 3. You can't, like, with all my respect, ask for everything and don't give us nothing. And one person, he's the one who is getting everything. It is unfair system. Thank you.
Thank you. I think there's maybe one more person in committee room 1 and 2. So go ahead, sir.
Go ahead. Hello, thanks for having us. My name is Desmond Williams. I own towing company 519 Tow here in London. It just seems to me like these meetings and the same issues keep coming up. So I'm going to try to make this as short as possible because we keep talking about the same things here and it's kind of getting redundant now. If you want to license a business class like the towing, you want to give us plates on our tow trucks and you want to license the impound facilities and you want to make rules and regulations as far as rates, capped rates and for storage, for towing. That's fine. And the distance law, we've already been debating this for a long time now, whether it's 200 meters, 100 meters, okay. We've already been going back and forth on these. So the main thing that I have to say is if you want to license us, like Fatty was just explaining and Dwayne had explained, you have to at least acknowledge that the RFP does coincide in some way with this, which it does, okay? That's just a fact. I know we keep saying that we're trying to keep that separate. Okay, so we're gonna keep it separate somewhat. You wanna license us, you wanna regulate us, well, you have to offer us something for our expenses, for the fees we're incurring when we already incur tons of fees every year just to operate our business, just to keep it open. So I think the distance law can be debated, whether it's 100, 200 meters. I mean, we would like to have no distance law, but if the city is pushing for it, that's fine. We've already put in there, Nicole and Orist have already put in the Good Samaritan law, which states that it's going to follow what the Highway Traffic Act says, which says per vehicle involved in an accident, there's allowed to be one tow truck per vehicle that appears to need the services of a tow involved in each collision scene. And that's exempt from the distance law. So that's fair. So that would mean that the first 2 tow trucks on scene for a 2 vehicle are allowed to be there. And this would prevent the issue that we're having in the city now from 5 or 6 tow trucks showing up to one collision scene when there's only 2 or 3 cars involved. You got 5 or 6 towing companies there. So it's just unnecessary. And the fire captains are getting sick of it. And the EMS paramedics and the police are getting sick of it. And this is the police contractor doing it and all the other companies doing it. It's everybody doing it. And what I found ironic was in the last Zoom meeting, the people who were pushing for this bylaw are now the ones getting upset at the rules that have came forward to make it fair. You got the police contractor complaining about the distance law and saying that it's encouraging first on scene. Well, it's just ironic to me. It's funny to me that he would even say that because his guys are the ones that are chasing the most. And this is the police contract company who has a contract with police. They're the ones chasing the accidents the most. And they're the ones pressuring their guys to do it the most. And this has came out recently in a document that you've all had, that you've all been sent from somebody who used to work for them. But let's keep that aside. I think the main thing is we need to have clear communication between city council and the industry, which so far we've actually done quite a good job of. And I think we need to keep giving input to each other in order to make the laws that are fair and to help regulate the industry properly so that the business can go on in a clean cut and professional manner, which I think is everybody's goal. Like Fatty was saying and Dwayne was saying, regulate the rates, follow the Consumer Protection Act, follow the Repair, Storage and Liens Act, and have everybody follow the rules and do a good job. And that's the main thing is tow trucks, our job is to be a first responder. Our job is to come to the collision scenes and clean up the accident and tow the vehicles off the road to safety. That's our job. Fire does their job, EMS does their job, police do their job. But the problem is we do not want to have this law interfering and babying it for the contractor. The police, we don't want the police saying to us, oh, you have to keep 200 meters back, but the other guys are allowed to come in. And we don't want to have police, like Fatty was saying, police sometimes use their authority and try to call a tow truck for the person without even speaking to them. That can't take place. It has to be fair so that the citizen has the right to choose. If they want to choose the contractor, they can do that. If they want to choose the towing company of their choice, they can do that. If they want to choose the tow truck that's available to them, first available on scene, that's also their right to do so, as per the Highway Traffic Act. And I think that's the main thing is the consumer protection and the Repair, Storage and Liens Act needs to be followed, as well as the bylaw. And we just don't want anything getting in between the rights of the citizen and also the rights of the business owners who operate in the city. So anyways, thank you guys for your time and looking forward to see what's going to happen here.
Thank you. I think that's everyone in the committee room. So I'm going to go to the Zoom. Can I go to RMS Towing, Sheehan?
Hi there. So, sorry, can you guys hear me?
We can. Yeah, go ahead.
Perfect. Okay, so I'm the owner of RMS Towing, Sheehan Abesina. We are in London. So one thing I'd like to bring forward to everyone is I am with the city I believe there needs to be regulations. I believe there needs to be restrictions. And I believe the proposed bylaw is quite fair as long as there is fairness with the rules imposed. So like Desmond said, if there's 2 vehicles there and 2 tow trucks there, no one should be soliciting. No one should be bothering the customers or the people involved in the accident. Once the first responders have completed their duties, taking care of the individuals involved in the accident, and the police have done their investigation, they should allow for a fair chance for any tow truck that is regulated by the city to tow the vehicles, gain business, and obviously be respectful to everyone there. One thing I will say is in the recent past, Desmond and I, we're very good friends. We're both business owners. We work together. We have been working on gaining unity amongst all the tow companies in London. So one thing we've been doing is we've been regulating. If there's a collision, if, RMS shows up or 519 shows up, we'll tell everyone else, there's a 2-vehicle accident. There's 2 tow trucks here. No one else needs to come. You don't need 10 trucks on scene. Our role is to be fair, to be courteous, and to clear the roads. Essentially, vehicles involved in an accident, if they're left on the roads, is a danger not only to the people involved in the accident, as they will be walking around the vehicles, they'll be in the middle of traffic, but also it is a danger to the public. When vehicles are involved in an accident, I'd say about 75% of the time, there's a secondary accident due to that accident. So it is essential that the vehicles are cleared promptly, but also the main concern that the city has is regulation. So a proposed bylaw with regulated rates, regulated storage rates, regulated compounds, regulated tow trucks is essential. The 200-meter rule should be followed, like Desmond said, following the Highway Traffic Act. So if there are 2 tow trucks there and there's a 2-vehicle accident, the tow truck operators should not be solicited. Once the police are done their investigation or the first responders are done caring to the individuals involved and they clear the vehicles to the collision reporting center, or if the police attend and do their report there, the police should give the tow companies on the scene a fair chance. Meaning the tow trucks are marked somehow, whether it be plates, stickers, markers, and they can see the trucks. They say, okay, this truck is regulated by the city, that truck is regulated by the city. And then they go to the individuals involved and say, you can use the trucks on the scene, or we can call you a tow. I believe that's fair. That does not put a monopoly on one tow company. That does not, sway the customer or the person involved towards a specific company. Let's say the police contract. If these rules are followed, I believe London will be, a role model to many other cities. And I believe that with the bylaw in place, with the correct regulations, with the correct rates and the correct rules, all the tow companies can come together and work in unity.
Thanks very much, Sheehan. I've got 4 other speakers. I'm going to go to Mitchell at 519 Tow. Do you want to speak as well, in addition to the person who already spoke from 519
Tow? No, that's fine. Thank you.
You're welcome to if you'd like to.
In regards to this, the only thing that I see again as an issue that has been kind of arisen, I originally came from the Tri-Cities, Kitchener, Waterloo, Guelph, where they have a current bylaw that they actually got rid of in the 2020 financial year because of the issues of towing. So in that bylaw pretty much was a similarity to the one they're putting in now. The issue that will arise, and again, I've seen it firsthand, is the 200-meter rule. And unfortunately, the combination of the current contract until whenever that comes up for renewal with the police service board. So there needs to, in regards to the 200-meter rule that the city wants to have stipulated with this bylaw, there has to be some strict enforcement of it, and there has to be some non-biased enforcement about it, like we are currently having at this time in regards to towing in general and into the 200-meter rule.
Okay, I've got a couple more speakers here, so I'm gonna go to James Patrick Auto Repair, and then just so you know where we're going, I'm gonna go to Frank next, and then I'm gonna go to Scott Taylor from Ross Towing, I think. So James Patrick Auto Repair, go ahead, unmute yourself. You got up to 5 minutes. Oh, it's *6 if you're on the phone, sorry.
I figured it out. Hello, everybody.
There you go.
My name is James from James Patrick Towing and Repairs. Just want to touch base on a couple little things here. My business mostly does the aftermath of what you guys are currently talking about, accident calls. So we'll pick up from said yard, 509, RMS, Clarks, all kinds of different companies, and we will do work for the insurance company, sometimes often paying bills for the insurance company or on behalf, and then getting rid of the vehicle afterwards where it goes to an auction house or sometimes just a scrap and lots of other cases. So I only do maybe, I don't chase at all, and neither do any of my guys. We have 11 trucks, well I do, plated on the road. I employ 15 people between the shop and drivers. And I'm already licensed in the city of London. This is another thing I'm talking about. But to have another fee for like a plate per truck, now I got to pay, which I'm not too thrilled to do, and especially during COVID times. X amount of dollars per truck for a company I already have licensed in the city of London that I'm currently doing business the same way that I would be doing every day. I don't see a benefit that would come my way in any shape or form. And not to talk about a contract holder or anything like that, but with this 200-meter rule, there's not really much opportunity for me to get, let's say an accident happens and a police officer shows up and, okay, guys going to police report, yada, yada. They pull out their phones and look for the next towing company on Google, but they don't. We got lost, or whoever may be the contract holder at the time. It really doesn't open it up for any of my advertising or anything I've done in the past to give me an opportunity to get more business while incurring a hefty fee for a business I already have licensed. And there's a smaller one-truck operations that are in town, guys I know. Not much of chasers, just go around doing hooks all day, $50, $60 tows, tire change, 3 a.m. calls, things like that. Don't probably have a yard. Are they required to get a license? Is it only for accidents? If it's only for accidents, how are we going to get them? I don't know. I think this bylaw needs a lot more work than just what it sounds like to me. And there's no option there for more business to anybody. It just seems like a lot more red tape, and that's something I really think that municipalities need to get out of doing, not adding. I mean, I get that there's a lot of, believe me, I get it. There's a lot of way overpriced towing in this world, but not everybody's like that, actually. There's quite a bit of just reasonable price towing that just goes on. So I see there's an alarm in some cases, but I don't know. I would really like to see this bylaw be something that's for everybody, not just, one person. And I'm in London on Dundas Street, so I see a lot of accidents. We just don't do a lot of chasing. I mean, I picked up one doing it, like that literally happened in the corner of my shop. I just happened to have one of my trucks there. Other than that, there's no chasing that happens there. So this bylaw just cost me a pile more money and red tape that just doesn't seem very fair. And there's a lot of other guys that are like that. And that's all I have to say on that.
Thank you, Mr. Patrick. I'm going to go to Frank next, and then I'm going to go to Scott Taylor. Go ahead, Frank, just unmute, and you got up to 5 minutes. Frank, you're still muted if you've tried to unmute.
Utah.
And Mr. Patrick,
Hi.
you'll need to hit *6 again to mute yourself, sorry.
Hello.
We almost got it sorted. Go ahead, Frank, you just need to unmute one more time.
I don't know if I should. Hi, how are you?
We're good. Go ahead, sir.
Good. My name is Frank Rondinelli. I have Charterhouse Towing. Been in business about 48 years on Charterhouse Crescent. I agree with the amendment to go ahead and license towing yards. I agree with the towing business being licensed. I'd like to see more regulations put into place so there is no chasing really. And bringing it back to original, when I started into this business, we had a rotation that worked very, very well. It was fair. It was taken care of. It was regulated by the towing companies and the originators in the city of London. Other than that, all I can say is if you're honest, you're straight, and you keep to the rules, I believe that everybody should have a chance to make a living. But if people stand up and say that they don't chase and they do chase and they're just out for the dollars, okay, and the inflated bills come in the way they do, then I think really it should be really looked over again and regulated properly, especially to make it fair across the board with the consumer, the insurance companies, the garages, and the towing company themselves. It should all be made fair. We're not a big city. We all can make a living and a good living if we just stick to the actual reality of it's a tow, it's an accident. And I just believe after 48 years, coming up to 50 years in business, I would really like to see it go back the way it was, but you can't go backwards. So we need to look at the future. And that is to regulate it and make it honest and fair for everybody.
Thank you. We're going to go to Scott Taylor next, and I think that's the end of the folks who have pre-registered. Go ahead, Scott.
Was it professional? Huh?
Scott, you're unmuted. Go ahead. So it's *6 to unmute. It looks like you are unmuted on the phone. Scott, do you want to go ahead? Okay, now you're muted, so one more time. There you go. Okay, Scott, we have you unmuted on our end. So
Can you hear me here?
Yeah, we can. Go ahead.
Okay, sorry about that. I don't know what happened. Anyways, thanks very much, and I'll be as brief as possible, especially after this delay. I'm here representing Ross Towing in my capacity as White Hat PR. And if there's anything that we've learned over the past couple of months, and especially this evening, it's that a bylaw is needed. Universal fees, universal specifications for impound lots, all that stuff is extremely important, not only to the city, but to the motorists of the city and even to the towing operators. So In my capacity representing Ross, the one thing I wanted to say was that it seems to me over the last couple of months that you've heard almost all from the towing operators and not necessarily so much from the public. Even this evening seems to be a good representation of that. So I just wanted to give them a voice. And last July and August, we commissioned a survey with the nationally respected Leger polling firm about towing. And I'm going to go quickly through just a few of the results. And that is, again, agreeing with the bylaw, most residents disagree that towing should be a first come, first to tow situation with no price limit. In fact, strongly disagree with that is 65%. They want this bylaw, they want the universal fees, and they want to know where their car is going, to have a say in where their car is going. Next, excuse me, 83% of London area residents agree their vehicle should be towed to a safe destination and with a predetermined cost. So we know we've talked about how that hasn't always been the case in the city, and the bylaw looks like it's going to fix that. So again, you've addressed a major concern with motorists in London. 2/3 of residents agree that the tow operator should not have a criminal background. Again, that's up for debate as to what would be considered a criminal background, but it does prove and illustrate the fact that people want proper towing. People want to know who's towing them. And finally, I think this is crucial to the bylaw wording, is that 3/4 of residents have a negative opinion of chasers. And for half, it's very negative. And chasers in this situation is referred to those who race to the scene of an accident or a breakdown and listen to radio scanners and that sort of thing. We all know what it is. So the main thing is, if it's going to be a first truck to the accident situation, chasers and the chasing is going to get worse. So we're hoping that's something that the committee and council considers with great weight going forward as far as this bylaw is concerned. And that's pretty much it. I just wanted to let the people have a voice as well. Thank you.
Okay, that brings us to the end of the comments from the public. I'm going to look for a motion to close the public participation meeting. Councillor Lewis, is there a seconder for that? Councillor Hillier, okay, we're going to bring that up on the screen.
I vote yes. Mr. Chair, my voting system kicked me out.
I vote yes as well, the same reason.
Okay, is anyone else having problems with the voting system? Okay.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
All right, I'm starting a speakers list. I'm going to look to see if on committee there's a motion that anybody wants to make, first of all, so we can get something on the floor. Councillor Lewis?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to move the staff recommendation.
Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Hillier, okay. Discussion on that. I'll start with Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate you starting with me. As colleagues will recall, this was actually the first motion I brought forward as a councillor, independent of anything on an agenda, back in December of 2018. So we've had 2+ years of consultation and engagement on what this bylaw will look like. There is no bylaw that's going to make everybody happy. And although I hear what some in the industry are saying about the contract with the police services, I do have to reiterate what the chair said earlier. The police services contract is not something that's under the purview of this committee or of council as a whole. We have to make a bylaw based on what's fair to the citizens, to the industry, across the board, without consideration of who may have contracts to do what. And I think this bylaw strikes a good balance in that. I do hear, and I want to particularly mention Frank from Charterhouse, although I know a couple of other people sort of referred to this as well. That we may have to review how this works and make some additional changes later. And that's not necessarily unusual with a new bylaw. After it's been in force for a period of time, we take a look at how it's working and see if there's any adjustments that need to be made. Through you, Mr. Chair, I don't know if Mr. Katolik might want to indicate what sort of the general process is in terms of reviewing a bylaw once it's been in force for a while, but I will see if he has any comment on that.
Sure.
Through
Go ahead,
the chair,
Mr. Katolik.
we're always in the hands of a committee and following up on council recommendations to make minor tweaks to bylaws. However, I'd like to also focus that this bylaw, like the entire business licensing bylaw and other bylaws, provide for delegated authority for civic administration to undertake operational decisions in consultation with the industry that they are focusing on. So there are a number of operational decisions that will have to be made moving forward in this regard. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Mr. Katolik. And I will say that I also share, you know, a couple of concerns we heard this evening about the fact that First to the Scene might still encourage chasing. On the other hand, I think that there is a role to allow for a good Samaritan action. If somebody, you know, we're coming out of the winter months, I think thankfully for most people, but if somebody happens to slide into the ditch on Highbury Ave at 11 o'clock at night and a tow truck happens to be passing by and stops to offer a tow, that to me is a little bit different than a multi-vehicle collision where there's been injuries, where the police may need to impound the vehicle to further investigate. So there are a whole range of different circumstances to towing. I will certainly be looking forward to seeing how, if we approve this, the bylaw plays out over the next year or two and see where there might be tweaks. I'm sure that the industry will continue to provide us some feedback on how it's working as well. But one of the things that I heard tonight, and I really have to drive this home, is if in fact you want to be in a position where you can complain about how a situation is being handled, you need a bylaw in place to actually have a baseline on which to make your complaint. If there is no bylaw, then there is no complaint mechanism. So I would encourage folks to keep that in mind as well. Right now, we have a completely unregulated situation. If we bring in this bylaw, not everyone agrees with it, but what it will create is a framework around which, where people do have issues, they can raise them, make complaints, and ask for consideration to changes in the future. So I think this is a good first step, and I hope that it will have unanimous support moving forward.
Other speakers? Okay, I don't see any. I'm just going to say briefly on the bylaw proposal, I think the staff have done a good job of trying to come up with rules that are going to work for the industry. I think what we heard from a whole range of people who weighed in was they thought the rules were pretty fair. I think the ongoing issue where there's a lot of concern is the police contract. And I understand why people are concerned about that. And we certainly have discussed and are discussing it at the Police Services Board. That's the group that's going to make a decision about how to proceed with the police contract. I do know that Mr. Katolik is here, but also Mr. Berg, I think Inspector Berg has been on the call the entire time waiting. I'm sure if anyone had any questions for him, it doesn't seem like we have any. So if we can, maybe I'll let him go. If there's no questions from Inspector Berg, I should have probably said that earlier on because he's been here waiting to see if there are any. I'll just check with people now if there are any questions for him about any of these issues related to the bylaw because he's here to kind of provide the perspective from police in terms of how this might work on the ground. You know, they're at a lot of these collisions, so they can provide a perspective there. Does anyone have any questions for him? If not, we can have him go back to his other work. Councillor Van Holst and then Councillor Lewis. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure where this particular question should be directed, but one of the issues that was suggested by a guest was some gouging, and I've seen the scene manifest that when you look at it, you realize this is likely to be a fraud. In other words, there's services put down that weren't rendered, and so I wonder, is our bylaw able to deal with that issue in a way?
Through the chair, the answer is yes, because we will implement administrative regulations in and around the fees for the variety of services that tow trucks offer, and also for the storage of the vehicles. And we will work in concert with first responders if they are noticing any irregularities.
Okay, thank you. I think that. I'm satisfied with that question, with that answer.
Inspector Berg?
Yeah, through you, Chair. Thank you for having me tonight. I just want to thank the city. I think they did a great job drafting this, everyone involved. And just the one point I want to make that as it relates to the police contract, and the Police Services Board obviously is empowered to approve that. I think this bylaw will help if the decision is made to consider a rotational system again, with having a group of regulated licensed companies in the city to choose from on such a rotational system.
Okay, Councillor Lewis, do you have a question for Inspector Berg?
Just really briefly, Mr. Chair, I wanted to just say it's nice to actually see Inspector Berg. We've exchanged some emails on this, as well as a couple of other issues, and I want to thank him, the chief, and all the members of the police service, not only for their work and input on this, but their continuing partnership with the city on other traffic-related issues that we've had the occasion to talk about, whether that's enforcement of speed limits or intersections. They've been a great help, so I appreciate that, and just wanted to say thank you.
You can tell the chief that you came to a council meeting and all you got were compliments. It'll be a first for him. Okay, so I think that's it for you, Mr. Berg. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Chair.
So I'm going to just make a couple comments, just in terms of the bylaw amendments. I think staff have done a good job, as I said. I'm glad to hear the towing industry, come forward and weigh in with what they thought were, the fair parts of the bylaw. I hear the concern about, really more costs and more rules, but I do think we have a real serious consumer protection issue out there, and people want, in these moments of crises, and I recognize that the people who are doing this work directly, you're working with people when they're going through a really bad situation. And I want to say thank you for the work that you're doing. We've got a great group of people who've come forward to the meeting to weigh in on these rules. I think, unfortunately, the people who are engaging in the worst behavior, they're not coming to the meetings, right? They're not interested in what the rules are. They're not really participating in this process at all. And I think that's the underlying problem, is that some bad actors can really give a whole area a bad reputation, even though there's lots of really good companies doing good work in the City of London and have been doing for years. So I want to say thanks for participating and for the work that you're doing. I do want to clarify one thing which came up. I think it was Mr. Patrick who asked about it, which was how will the fees be levied? And Mr. Katolik, I know you have in the bylaw, the fee is there. I just wonder if you could explain how it would apply to a company that might have multiple trucks, and exactly how is it going to work, and what could people expect in terms of costs if the licensing goes ahead?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. The licensing fee is $321, and that is per business, irrespective of how many vehicles they have. And the bylaw is applicable to accident scenes only. So if we have a tow company that is simply picking up from impound yards, picking up from the police reporting center, driving to different auto repair shops, that company, if that's their sole service, they would not require a license. Thank you.
Okay, so hopefully that clarifies things, just in terms of that question that Mr. Patrick had raised, whether it's going to apply to all 11 trucks or not. I don't see any more questions or comments, so I'm going to open up the vote. It's moved and seconded.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Okay, thanks very much. That committee recommendation, along with the others, are going to go on to council at its next meeting. So nothing is finalized until council has considered those recommendations. Thanks very much, everyone who waited patiently to the end. We do have a couple of other matters, but you're probably not too interested in them. So if you want to leave, feel free. Okay, we have the deferred matters list next, colleagues. One thing I just want to say is a lot of items have come forward here from Mr. Katolik's area. A lot of regulatory matters, a lot of enforcement related matters, and you know, a lot of changes and a lot of work went into bringing these things forward. I want to say thanks very much. They have the doubly difficult job of enforcing all these rules, which is not an easy thing, and helping us come up with the rules in the first place and make adjustments on how we should change them. This has been a really stressful time for everybody, and probably doubly so for people who are working in enforcement. And to Mr. Katolik, his whole team, all of the people in licensing, you know, being there for the businesses as they're trying to reopen, navigate all this confusion, and then also dealing with these things like, oh, let's make some changes to the rules as we're going along. That is a lot to take on, and I want to say thanks very much for the work that you've done. I think we've landed in a pretty good place on all these items. I know it's taken a while to get here, and I want to say good work on that front. The deferred matters list, is there a mover for that? Councillor Lewis, seconder? Councillor Kaibaga, excellent. Any questions or discussion on the deferred matters? Councillor Lewis?
Just really quickly, I just want it to be noted that pending approval at council, I think items 5.4, 5.6, 5.7, 5.8, and 5.13 have been dealt with tonight, and the clerk should be able to remove those from the deferred matters list unless they are referred back from council.
Okay, let's open up the vote on that.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Would anyone like to adjourn the meeting? Councillor Lewis, yeah?
I'll second.
Oh, Councillor Kaibaga, okay. All those in favor, just a hand vote? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.